Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. Bloody. So we gotta move to the top.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds, Billy.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, or I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to
Libertarians, and I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
What's up, boys? Make sure everything's working. All right, so for the record, no more Final Fantasy music in the background. I went and checked, and one of my videos had 17 copyright strikes on it. Or copyright claims. Not strikes. They're like, oh, you're not actually playing the video game? Did I get a new prescription? No, you probably just not here in the beginning of streams, because every stream I switch glasses. Because these glasses are the ones I was just wearing are like transition lenses, and then these are blue light filter lenses. And there's not really that much evidence to suggest that blue light filter does much of anything. But over the course of like staring at lights for hours, I think they do. Yeah. What is happening? So I think I'm going to start doing something really diabolical. I'm not actually going to do it, but I just think it would be fucking hilarious. I thought about this. Like, what if I just start telling everybody that, no, Mark does not have a beard. What if I just started telling everybody that I'm 6'2"? Why not just turn on blue light filter on the computer? I mean, I could turn on blue light filter on the computer. That's going to do absolutely nothing for the studio lights. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, I think I should just, like if I just start telling people I'm 6'2", and then meeting them in public as a 6'5" man, like with their boyfriend, you know, like with their girlfriend, and then just being like, no, I'm 6'2", with their boyfriend that's like 5'11", claiming to be 6 feet. I just think it would be hilarious to watch women who have no concept of like what is tall or not tall or whatever. Freudian, it could be boyfriend too. Right? And I just think it'd be fucking, can I dunk though? No. I just think it would be fucking hilarious. Yeah, Rudy starts off a lot of streams with new members. Appreciate it. Rudy's over there trying to make up for the fact that he's making weapons for the war machine. Or parts for the weapons for the war machine. If you can't dunk as a talloid, that's basically minus 2 inches of aura. That still puts me an inch taller than 6'2", first of all. and yeah, I'm a 35-year-old overweight white man. Like, I don't have a very big vertical. But I can just like hold you down. You know? Like I'm at that size where like my fighting tactic is to just and just hold you down, and I'll probably win. Okay. All right. Listen. I just realized that Mark is listening to the stream in the living room because I heard myself a few seconds later go, I gotta go close my door now. That fucking Lenny Maxing boys. All right, I'll be right back. That was a fucking weird experience. But yeah, no, I just think it'd be fucking hilarious to just go around and tell all these dudes like right next to their girlfriend that are lying about their height, saying they're like an inch or two taller, and just shave off 3 inches of my own height. She'd be like, huh? No, I'm 6'2". Just watching some 5'10" dude claiming to be 6 foot that like comes up to my nipple. Be like, oh fuck. Should we do anime girl eating noises? Dog. Why are you bringing that up? That is like such a trigger for me. Every single fucking time I watch anime. Why? Why do we need these stupid fucking noises that they're eating? Like, what? Why? Hump, hump, hump. It's so unnecessary, and it's in every anime. Dub, sub, doesn't matter, boys. No joke, some 5'10" dudes have tall aura and look taller than they are. I mean, no, they don't. Nobody looks taller than they are, really. It's just, it comes down to the fact that height has been perceived, I would say mostly stupidly, as a symbol of status. And so, especially when it comes to women, when they view height as a symbol of status, and you have these other, you know, we'll call it aura, right? These other things that make it look like you are a high status man, then they're willing to assume that you're taller than you are. And the same thing is true of me. Like I've had women tell me, like, so many people be like, you're not 6'5", you're like 6 feet tall. Like I've had girls tell me that before with their boyfriend who's 6 feet or around that height, and like claim that their boyfriend is the same height as me, standing next to each other when the boyfriend is like coming up to my chin. And it made me realize that like women just like this whole like you must be 6 foot thing. It's like women have no concept of what height is. It's just a symbol of status, and it's a means of which of telling their girlfriends and shit that their boyfriend has status. And because their boyfriend has status, they have status. So like you can lie by an inch or two about your height, and like basically no woman will ever know. Similar to dick size? I mean, maybe. Claim your 9 inches is just 5 inches? Yeah, I don't. The problem with that is like if your girlfriend's ever fucked somebody with a big dick, you know, that reality goes away. Like you can only claim that for like a woman that like doesn't have any sexual experience. Cause like I've bruised the cervix of every single girl that I've been in a committed relationship with and had regular sex with. At some point, like it's been like, oh shit, we can't have sex for a week. I'm sorry. I went a little too hard. Your cervix is bruised. You can't like, you can't, the next boyfriend can't be like, I'm actually 9 inches if I like, you know what I mean? If he can't hit the cervix, much less fuck it up. You know what I mean? Like height's a little different, right? Like reality will eventually set in when it comes to lying about dick size. Right, like I almost lost a relationship because of sex with a person. I won't say who they are, because they were like, "No, you're too rough," and I'm like, not even a rough guy. Like I'm not trying to tie them up or anything, but it was just like, you scared me, right? Like, because it was a good girl. Actually, I've had that happen more than once, where it's like you scared me. Like you can't put the fear from dick alone into a girl with 5 inches and then just be like, actually I'm 9 inches. Like that doesn't work. You can do it with height because it's purely status and they're so much shorter than you, it doesn't really matter. But like, you can't fake having a big dick. After there with Scott, it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. That's not true. I will say though, that is one of the reasons I tend to prefer black women. They do have more appropriate equipment for me. Like I'm just throwing that out there. Been with a few black women, been with a lot more white women. There's not a lot of like hand on the chest, slow down, that annoying thing where you're like, motherfuck, dude, just let me go. Why do I have to keep being careful with you? That is a perk. For the well-hung boys out there that haven't tried it, I'm just saying. This background music really, really doesn't fit this conversation. Like, this is like World of Warcraft. I'm guessing like Borean Tundra or something. Yep. Borean Tundra, fucking, look at the mystic waterfalls and the peaceful animals. And meanwhile, I'm just like, so when you're bruising a bitch's cervix. Oh, thank God, Stacey Pastry, you show up when we're not talking about this. Thank God we've moved on. Also, Rudy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Unfortunately, this little thing only does super chats. I can't get it to link up super chats and memberships, but, appreciate any love and support you guys give, especially if you, when we get to talking with Kasimir and LiquidZulu. Be a lot less paying attention to chat. So if you have questions, super chat at that time. But like, share, subscribe. There's 44 viewers and only 19 likes right now, right? So 25 of you are watching the stream and haven't clicked one button to help a brother out. Help a brother out. All right, now it's 22 because we went down to 42 and somebody liked the stream. Now it's 23. You know what I mean? Like, catch up, boys. Let's get that ratio up. Well, I didn't remind you, right? Like, stream's getting going. I'm reminding you now. Appreciate it. Zulu versus Smith is important hype to libertarians as Fuentes versus Shapiro for conservatives. Yeah, like I had a stream scheduled for Thursday. And then like that dropped and I was like, and I DM'd him like, hey, I'm gonna record this. I'm not streaming this because I'm gonna get like 5 viewers because every libertarian that watches streaming is gonna be watching Dave Smith versus Liquid Zulu. Like there's no reason for me to stream this interview with an anti-AI programmer to talk about artificial intelligence and, you know, why I think it's good and why he thinks it's bad and, you know, etc. Like it's going to be an interesting convo, I think, but not one to live stream at the exact moment that that Liquid Zulu and Dave Smith are debating. So I'm not going to stream Thursday. I'm going to record something to put out over the weekend. Just play old Christmas music all the time? Yeah, right? Is there a world where Dave just goes, yeah, you're right, my bad? Probably not. Not from Liquid Zulu, because Liquid Zulu, I've read Liquid Zulu's intro statement, and I'm not going to tell you anything more about it. But other than Liquid Zulu is in it to win, and he deserves to win. Liquid Zulu is not going to be like a conciliatory, super nice, oh, you know, I respect you so much for what you've done for libertarianism, etc. Hit the like or Lenny will hog bruise you. Yo, that's wild. Yeah, Kasimir said he wants to hop on a 2 to like test out the his audio and video and stuff to make sure all his stuff's working. Just super fair. Oh God. But do you dance, Fabian? So I mean, I don't like go out to clubs and dance now, but I was in show choir in high school. And when I say I was in show choir in high school, that sounds pretty lame. And it was. But also like we were ranked in the nation. Right? Like people got paperwork, you know, through the school system if they got accepted into our show choir to transfer schools to go to our school so they could be in our show choir. It's not the same anymore from what I understand. Obviously it's been decades now, but yeah, so I took jazz and hip hop. I took tap. I took, ballroom dancing, right? So like I have like a basic education in like, you know, how to do like a waltz, how to do swing dance, things like that. And then we had like we were one of the few people in the country that did real choreography instead of armography. So instead of just like a bunch of arms in the background and a couple people dancing up front, we would all dance. And we hired like a Broadway choreographer, like 20 grand every time he would come to our school, which would usually be like 3 times. So we would have to spend, we spent like 60 grand a year on like just the choreographer. So, I mean, like I have done a lot of cool dancing, done like a lot of swing dancing and tap dancing and stuff like that. Which is hilarious, by the way, to watch a 6'5" 6'5" fat man tap dance. But I can tap dance fairly well. Like I can't do like wings or anything, but like I can do like a time step and a couple other and like a couple other basic tap moves. So there's that. But my dancing has all been very. What's your favorite game music? I mean, I don't really listen to game music that much. Like I know if I want to win points with the autistic libertarians, the correct answer to that question is Chrono Trigger. But it's not. That would be a lie. But I know the right answer if I wanted to be a grifting, lying piece of shit and just get likes and money from you guys and be like, Chrono Trigger's my favorite game music. But I don't know that like Skyrim music is pretty good. Skyrim is pretty good. Yeah, I have Skyrim is up there. But like I liked Oblivion's music. I liked all of Elder Scrolls music. But again, I'm not really like. To me, video game music is like KOTOR 2. I mean, I like the game. I don't know about all that. I don't know that their music was all that groundbreaking. I would say that the only time I really enjoy music in a video game is when it's a game like Skyrim. And what I mean by that is when I'm immersed in an open world RPG, I really like the music to complement the immersion. But like other games, I'm probably just listening to my own music. Or I'm listening to like a YouTube video in the background or something. Right? Like I'm just not like I'm not really invested in video game music that much. Like for example, like I will say this, love me some Baldur's Gate. I've got over 500 hours now, I think, on Baldur's Gate. Not a big fan of the music. Everybody talked about how the music was good. Disagree. I've got, oh, I'm sorry, I lied. I have 1,436 hours in Baldur's. So a little more than 500 hours. I've got almost 1,500 hours. My bad. Not a big fan of the music. Cyberpunk music? You know what? I did enjoy Cyberpunk's music on the radio. Cyberpunk 2077 had some decent music. But again, it's less about how good the music is and more about like, is it just New Vegas music? He's hacking and whacking and smacking. He's hacking. Hide your family, hide your wife. Big old Pete's got a big old knife. I don't remember the songs exactly. I don't want to set the world on fire. Fallout music is fun, right? But I don't know that it's like super amazing or anything. They're doing a Final Fantasy music symphony at the orchestra place near me soon. I kind of want to go. Hell yeah, dude. I'm paying you to play Escape from Tarkov music. Okay, the full original soundtrack is 55 minutes. We'll play it. But if it starts getting like super intense, I'm going to fucking change it just because it's meant to be background music and not distracting. You can never hear the music in my streams anyways. Well, I mean, like, just depends on how loud you have it and how good your speakers are. Like, it's background music. All of Tom Lair's music is public domain. I mean, sure. Let me pull ups. I didn't have time to do a ton of prep before stream. I'm gonna be honest with you. My most of my prep before stream was what is there another post in mod action? Oh, okay. Sorry. Most of my prep for the stream was was getting a vape and getting energy drinks and setting up the stream. I'm not gonna lie, boys. I woke up at like 11. I want to make some music for libertarians to play, but if anyone else plays it, I'll copyright them. I mean, like, you're just making them live consistent with their own principles. You know what I mean? Met you at Grid's thing before DebateCon. You're tall, but I could take you. Oh, yo, what's up, dude? I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't assume that anybody knows. I don't assume what anybody knows. I will say this: you'd have to be significantly skilled at either wrestling or maybe judo or mixed martial arts or something. Something beyond striking or boxing. Maybe boxing, actually, if you were really, really, really good. You'd have to be very, very skilled to make up just the difference in our sizes. Because, like, even if you're decent at MMA, and you try and go for like an arm bar or something, like, just like the sheer weight of me is gonna allow me to, and size of me is gonna allow me to escape a lot of shit that would work very easily on someone in your same weight class. He's talking about the previous topic, not fighting. Oh, shit. JS Urban's talking about the fact that he can take my big dick. I mean, I'm not really into that, but, I appreciate the confidence in stream. I love a confident man, just not that way. Okay, this is kind of epic background music. All right, Rudy, like, you did pay me $5 to play this music in the background, and now I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of vibing it. I'm just like, it feels very cinematic, like it feels like a Michael Bay film music right now. Like, I need a montage of the heroes covered in cuts that bleed but don't actually affect their ability to do anything violently. They've just been through a lot of things throughout this movie, and now is the moment where they're gonna put the orb in the thing, fighting against whatever fucking powerful magic wind thing that's keeping them from, doing this thing that in reality took 6 seconds, but we're gonna stretch out to 20 seconds or 2 minutes so that that this is the climax of the film. Like, that's kind of the vibe this music's giving me right now. Hard cut to the love interest being like, no, don't do it. Hard cut back to him. I can just make it. Hard cut back to his dying friend. Hard cut back to him. I can almost make it. Hard cut back to the girl being like, I'll always love you. Hard cut back to him. Ah, you know what I mean? Like, it's got that over the top Michael Bay. I can't think of another director right now, but the trope that I'm describing is common enough. I think you get what I mean. A striker could take you down as long as they keep distance. Again, I'm not saying because I'm big I can beat anybody in a fight. I'm just saying you better be skilled, because I've got an insane reach on him. Like, I'm just not, you know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying is, like, you better be a fast, squirrely, hard-hitting motherfucker. Or maybe like really good with kicks, you know what I mean? So you can get in and, like, kick the shit out of my shins, because, like, as a big dude, that shit'll fuck me up, like a couple of good shin kicks, so that it can slow me down and fuck me up. But if you're skilled, yeah, sure, whatever. But if you're not, like, super skilled, you're not gonna fucking beat me in a fight. Just turn your prior conversation, dude. Legends Reign. I'm just ADHD. That's it. I'm just vibing off of what happens and chit chatting. Here in 9 minutes, Axel, Kasimir's going to come in. He's going to test this stuff. We'll chit chat with Kasimir, but Zulu's not popping in for another hour and 9 minutes. Right, I tend to do an hour and a half to 2 hours when I start stream. Whatever the major content is that time. Those first 2 hours is time for us to, like, look at crazy shit on the internet, react to some shit, chit chat, things like that. If that makes sense. Like, I have some shit to talk about, but I'm kind of waiting on Kasimir because I just feel like it'd be more fun to just straight up chit chat with you guys. Yeah, see, this is getting a little too intense for the background music. Yeah, that's the tactic with taller people. Go for the legs. I mean, like, I'm just saying, if you know how to do, like, you know, like really, really powerful shin kicks, right? Where you can get in and hit me in the shins and get out. That's like, because of just like the weight I have on my legs and center of gravity and everything, that's probably going to be way better than trying to like, trying to make up the difference for our reach and get into punching distance and then get in closer and try and get a good punch on me. Like, it's just, like, physically, it's just a bad idea. Was waiting yesterday for the live stream. Did I remember the wrong day? No, I just couldn't get Kasimir and Zulu to confirm the time in time. Like, they were both like, yeah, I'm kind of free during that time, you know, like, but then it's like I couldn't get like a hard date. So like, yesterday I was just like, hey, I made a group chat with both of them, like, this time tomorrow, and they were like, yes, and I was like, all right, cool. Also, putting another day in between like Thanksgiving and stuff, I think just probably helps people that were traveling and stuff. Did you ever get that game you wanted? I don't fucking know. I don't know what game you're talking about. I know when depending on how much I make, like when all my money comes together on the first, I might buy Octopath Traveler 2, which is a game I want to buy that's on sale until December 2nd. I'm just waiting on payday to be like, all right, let me do all my bills and stuff and see how much money I have to play with, because I got to get my kids Christmas gifts and shit too. You only got 2 inches of reach on me? How tall are you? I don't remember. I feel like I remember you being short, but like the problem is that like when you're like weirdly tall as I am, everyone under like 6 feet is just like the same height to me. They're all, it's like 5'11" and 5'2" are just kind of the same height to me. Oh, Age of Wonders? No, I didn't buy that shit. I said I almost bought it because it was on sale. And then I saw like season passes and all this other shit. And I was like, nah, like fucking, I see you. I'm not even trying to be an asshole when I say that. I know it's like such a fucked up thing to say with dudes that are like 5'10", 5'11", and like the whole world of girls are like, you have to be 6 feet, right? Like, and I get that. That sucks, right? You should just lie if you're 5'10" or 5'11". Girls won't know the fucking difference. But like, if you're below 6 feet and you're all like at a minimum, you're 6 inches shorter than me. And so it's just like, you know what I mean? Okay, the music pulled me in again. I can't play Tarkov music in the background, dude. The music, I was vibing again. Maybe 5'11" with no shoes? Okay, but also JS Urban Adventures, you have to subtract 0.0645 for the socks. Yeah, JS Urban, you weren't in here earlier, but like I kind of thought about it, and I was like, dude, I kind of wanna fucking just start telling girls and dudes everywhere that I'm like 6'2". I just feel like that'd be super diabolical because I'm so much taller. Like, to just go out in public and be like, yeah, I'm 6'2", and then just watch like some dude that's 5'11" telling his girlfriend that he's 6'1" or 6'2", like watch her look at him and be like, this motherfucker's only like 5'9". You know, like, I just think it'd be funny as fuck to just like fucking and have them like vehemently be like, you are taller than that. But like, why would I lie and say I'm shorter than I am? Like, no, like I'm 6'2". Like this is what a typical this is what 6'2" looks like. Just watching dudes claiming to be 6 feet, fucking coming up like, you know, shorter than my chin, being like, dude, why are you doing this? Dude, if I could get one other person with me that's like, you know what I mean, that's like 6'3", being like, yeah, I'm 6 feet even. Dude, there'd be like somebody, well, because fucking Tyler, all right, I'm just going to say it. Tyler, average debate enjoyer, I met him. He is claiming that he is 6'3" in group chats. And I was like, dude, you're like 5'11", stop. He's like, no, dude, I'm 6'3". Maybe 6'2.5", but we round up to 6'3". And I told him, I said, I will pay whatever I make in a stream in a week if we go to fucking if the next time we do an in-person event, you fucking we'll measure ourselves on the camera and fucking see who's lying about their height. Like, dude, I've met you in person. Why are you lying about this? This is dumb. Like, you are not 6'3". Maybe he's 6 feet. I've ever talked to someone who made you feel short at 6'5"? Yes. Like I was like friendly with a girl that was 6'6" in my high school. Like, she went on to play basketball for I remember what college. She went on to play like basketball, and I don't think she did WNBA. Like, I think she I didn't keep track of her, but you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I would like see her at some point if she was like, you know, a WNBA or something, and be like, oh shit, that's her. Right? But she was an inch taller than me and was a girl, and like that like made me feel short. Show the clip of 5'9" guy checking bench beer. All right, it's 1:58. I gotta switch camera and hop into the thing so that I can be ready for no bubble allowed sign. What does that mean? Now it defaults to being muted. I don't understand why it does this. Okay. All right, Kaz said he wanted to be an hour early. Oh, wow, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. There's like a lag. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't like that. There's like a video lag, and it's fucking with me to watch myself lagging. Testing, testing. Oh, that's fucking weird. All right. I'm gonna have to try to not look at myself because there's a lag. It's like I'm lip reading myself behind. I don't like that. And it's more accurate on the stream when I'm looking at Streamlabs OBS than, oh no, I don't like this at all. Yeah, on your end it's fine, but there's like a weird lag to my monitor for some reason. All right, whatever. Well, if it looks fine on your end, once somebody else hops in here, I'll be smaller and it won't be as jarring. So I'll get over this mental block. The no camera image looks like a sign that would be put up by someone who really hates bubbles. What meme am I missing about this no bubble allowed sign, no camera sign thing? I don't get it. All right, let me make sure that Kasimir, because Kasimir had said he wanted to, let me just check the Twitter DMs. I'm running late for the 2 p.m. talk, but we'll be ready for a test soon. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's a topic he wanted to discuss, so I might as well fucking look over it. Oh, God damn it. I clicked the wrong thing. Let's look at this. Oh, God. Oh, no. All right, well, we're going to read it and react to it together. First of all, let me put on Dark Reader. On. Okay. I'll share screen. What the fuck? Is that what this is? Oh, it's like... Okay. So this is something he wanted to discuss. Survivors of polygamous sect... Let me put this on another monitor. Uh-oh, I leaked the DMs, boys. Is Zulu late? No, Zulu's not late. Okay? Like, when I go live, I tend to go live an hour or two before the content because I'm a live streamer. So, like, we play the intro, we chit-chat, we react to some stuff. Right? So Zulu's not going to be here for 58 minutes. Kasimir should be here any minute. While he does that, I'm going to read this because this is one of the things Kasimir wanted to talk about. Well, Legends Reign, according to Libertarian Theory, there's this thing called, the universal time preference. So if you were a real libertarian, you wouldn't need to ask that question, right? I want that shit now. But also, second, I'm not 100% sure I'm going to buy it. Okay? Like I said, I'm waiting for the first to, like, look at all my money, make sure I'm good for, like, buying my kids Christmas gifts, all right? Like, I want to make, like, I got to go Christmas gift shopping for my kids first before I buy anything for myself. Because, like, I got enough video games to play to last me a lifetime. Like, let's be honest. I could play old video games forever and probably never get bored. So I'm not going to buy myself a treat unless I've for sure got a good Christmas for the kids. I just have a very neurodivergent sense of humor. Can you tell? I don't know what the hell you said before that, but welcome to the team. I'm not autistic. My son's autistic, and most of you guys are autistic. So like that's how that works. All right, let's continue. All right, so this is the article he was talking about. This is the full article, and that's it. So we'll just read it and see what I think about it. Just get my reaction to it. Survivors of polygamous sect fence off 1,000 acres of U.S. Forest Service land in southwest Colorado. Based. A conflict brewing in southwestern Colorado pits ranchers and outdoor enthusiasts against survivors of former polygamous leader Warren Jeffs after the latter group declared itself the Free Landholders Committee and began fencing off about 1,000 acres of public U.S. Forest Service land. I mean, my question is it a cult? Because there's something about cults that I think is bordering on the non-aggression principle and almost always ends up violating the non-aggression principle. Right? Like, so, I don't know. A polygamous sect is a really nice way to describe what could be a cult. I'm not autistic. I'm just a libertarian who likes computer programming and anime. Okay, that is suspicious. What is it about liking anime that, like, dude, I'm so... Hold on. I am getting sick and tired of being sick and tired. All right? Thank you, Legends Reign. Should be enough still with the parasites. Yeah, that is... All right. I'll buy the game, probably. But here's the thing. I really hate how Gen Z has turned autism into this fucking thing that everybody has when they're just quirky and they want to be different. Right? Like stop. Liking anime and liking things is does not an autist make. right? Like you're just into cool shit. And also, being into anime is not fucking autistic. I like anime. Fucking, what was I watching? I like dog shit anime and good anime. I like it all. Okay, like I watched trash isekai. What was I watching? I was watching Beast Tamer, which is a garbage fucking, like, looks like it's turning into a harem fucking anime. So, like, not about that life. But, like, dude, I like fucking anime. There's nothing autistic about liking a medium for storytelling. Stop that shit. All right, guys? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm, like, a little bit triggered because my son is genuinely autistic. And then I tell people, like, oh, my son's autistic. And then they're like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you know, my cousin and this person is autistic and blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, like, my son's in kindergarten and, like, it's really a struggle hoping that we can get him to talk. Like, fuck your cousin that, like, made a quirky TikTok and is claiming to be an autist now. Like, stop it. Anyways. I have since childhood and I'm 41. Yeah, you might have gotten into anime a little too early. I don't know, man. Anyways, angry residents, some of them carrying sidearms, started cutting down portions of the fence around 1 p.m. Dispute negotiated between federal agents and free landowners. Began building the fences on Saturday, alarming ranchers who use the federal land for cattle grazing and those who ride mountain bikes, hike, yada, yada, yada. They fear the group will cut off access to public lands. Couldn't have picked a piece of ground that was more beloved by the town than that area. Ooh. So, like, I wonder, does this go into the domain of common property if, like, it's a widely used area by the community? And, like, what does that mean? This will be an interesting conversation. There's no public access being denied. I'm just trying to head off all these people that have got themselves all wound up with false. Now and spent hours just trying to negotiate a settlement between the U.S. Forest Service and the landholders group. Issued a release in the day, a refrain from gathering in the area in order attempting to remove fencing. The Forest Service and Sheriff also. But on Thursday afternoon, around 16 people arrived to cut down the fence with tools, so by to try and keep the peace. It said the planetarium was so happy. Gene Epstein and I were discussing this the other day, and I observed that it could be argued that this violates the easement rights of the ranchers, hunters. Like, that was like my initial thought. Was like, are there easement rights, or has this been like common property? Point out that in Hoppe's theory, you can have group easement rights that are violated by enclosure fencing. Here's email I sent him. Epstein's argument as for why Roman occupatio is superior is the key to homesteading as opposed to Locke's labor mixing. Hoppe also seems to lean to this with his emphasis on embordering as establishing an objective, intersubjectively ascertainable link between an actor. So it can be occupation and bordering, transforming, or yes, labor mixing. Well, okay, yeah, but even if we're taking Hoppe's perspective, privatizing the land is the rational thing to do, but there may need to be some purchase of easement rights or some, allowing of free travel towards that common property. Just checking to see if Kaz hopped in. Nope. Yeah, Kasimir's the one that's late, but he said he was going to be late. He said, I'm running late for the 2 p.m. talk. We'll be ready for a test soon. So I'm just catching up on like what he sent for us to talk about, because it's one of the things we're going to talk about. And I like he said it was one of the things he wanted to discuss. To be fair, he wanted to be here 2 p.m. for like a video audio test to make sure everything was good when Zulu showed up, because Zulu's going to show up in like 50 minutes. Also, the Roman law. In those lectures, he makes a point I had never thought much about before, and how the Roman idea of occupatio, acquisition of title to an unowned thing like land by simply occupying it, is superior to the Lockean idea of labor mixing. Never thought they were fundamentally that different.
though it is curious that Hoppe in his homesteading theory seems to focus more on embordering and or transforming as to establish an intersubjectively ascertainable link between the actor, user, possessor, and the resource. Yeah, but if you're just occupying it, but you're not physically occupying it anymore, then you're not communicating the property as yours, and therefore it's not conflict reducing, it's conflict inducing, because now you have two parties that perceive themselves to have legitimate claim over the property. I know I'm kind of going through this fast. We'll discuss it more when Kasimir gets here, soon, or I guess when Zulu's here. And then there's some other shit that we can chit chat about. But I'm doing my Destiny thing where I research on stream, boys. As to provide, prove, or establish title or ownership. Yeah, this approach, it seems to me closer to that Roman occupatio approach than to the Lockean labor mixing. Yeah, I mean, sure. I think the Lockean approach is similar if we drop his assumption that the actor owns his labor mixing and bordering. It's not incompatible with the standard Lockean style. As noted, Hoppe focus on embordering, occupying, using, possessing, transforming. So does Rothbard. Yeah, I'm not reading that. I know that. For more information, see also my posts. This person is presumptive owner of his or her own body. Yeah, I've read this before. Hoppe on objective links. Yeah, I've read that. Read this. Okay. All right. So this is what we're talking about. All right. I'm fine with that. I know that you guys are seeing the back end, but I'm just like waiting for Kasimir to hop in. Right? So like I don't want him to like be sitting down there for 3 or 4 minutes and I just don't notice. If that makes sense. What's next? Hassan chair stream? Yeah, boys. As soon as LiquidZulu gets here, I'm just gonna hop off. And you guys can see my chair, and I'm gonna let LiquidZulu do all the content for me. I just glanced over at chat, Abe Dinkus, and I'm sure that there's a full conversation going on in chat. But I'm gonna tell you, sometimes I just scan chat to just like get a vibe of what's being said. And starting a YouTube comment with, I mean, young teens is a wild thing to start with. I just look over, I mean, young teens. But either way, there are a lot of good moral lessons in anime. As soon as I saw that, I was like, yo, what is happening right here? Oof. I guess I can close this out. Dude, this Tarkov music keeps sucking me in. We gotta go back to the WoW music. The WoW music is ambiance. Alright? Like it doesn't pull me in deeply. There we go. Mind out of the gutter, bro. I mean, I just looked at it and I was like, yo, what's this conversation about? Like, don't blame me. My mom used to say organized people are just too lazy to look for things. That sounds like a fucking cope. Get a shock collar for your chair. I mean, I got to get it. Like, would I just bring my cat on stream and then just shock my cat every time my cat? Like, I feel like it'd be a lot harder to train a cat with trauma and abuse to like stay on stream than it would be for like a dog. Like dogs are a lot easier to train. You can train a dog to sit still in a chair for 4 to 8 hours. I don't think you can do the same thing with a cat. While I got you here, and while we're waiting on Kasimir, have you guys seen fucking, like, the right-wing fucking... I guess you could call it right-wing. everyone's saying it's like a right-wing shift. I don't think it is. I'll explain. Of like Caleb Hammer. Dude. Like Caleb Hammer is like turning into like a fucking groiper, and it's kind of funny. Let me share the screen. Like, so if you guys don't know who Caleb Hammer is, he's that guy that does all those like financial, he has like a financial audit YouTube show where and a lot of his content is just bringing people on with horrible finances who make horrible decisions and just losing his shit on these people because they are just so financially retarded. And a lot of times this dips into political shit. Okay? Well, fucking, all right, here we go. I don't know who he is. Well, he's number 6 on the YouTube charts. Like, he's got a pretty popular show. And it's just like, people are starting to get mad because he's a centrist lib. And a lot of people that like him and have enjoyed his content are now watching him post shit like this. This is them talking about the Chicago serial puncher. He's finally being charged with a felony and might potentially see jail time because he likes to knock out women. And he's been arrested for it over 20 times. And then it's just Caleb being like, 20 times? What are we even doing here? Him making fun of different AI companies. I don't even see this one. What is this one? While we can agree that Japan does a lot correctly and the United Kingdom does a lot horribly, there's a lot wrong from Tucker. Okay, I don't feel like hearing his fucking takes fully fleshed out. I just want to meme on the fact that he's becoming a fucking groiper. Right, here we go. If you're in your 20s, have a college degree no longer helps you find a job faster, per Bloomberg. I wonder how the stats change when you take out all the bullshit degrees. There was one that he did. Here's another one. They were talking about, like, this lady here. The tweet is unavailable. I don't know if she privated her account or she blocked me. But she just says something along the lines of, like, this guy is like, hey, my friend can't find a girlfriend. What the hell? He's 6'4". He's jacked. He makes $350K a year. He's a funny guy. He's really nice. He has like a cute little dog. And then she was like, he's a Republican. That's why he can't get any pussy. And then he just shares this chart and is like, good luck, everyone. And I had some posts about it. But, you know, hopefully we can add some level of like, oh, I'm not retarded to this discourse. Let me see if I can find it. Did he get rid of the post? I hate when people delete posts. It's so dumb. Oh, here we go. Dude, I just want the fuck. Did she block me? I can't tell. Whatever. Okay, guys, here it is. I said it's not a grift, right? Because someone was talking about how he's grifting to the right. And then I responded with, it's not a grift. Both political parties support the lie that government fixes things and are thus doomed to socialism. Caleb, like most, is a pragmatist without a political philosophy or rational basis for ethics. He will inevitably be right-wing by standing still. And that's the thing, is like Caleb is like started saying things like, I love public transport. I wish we could have public transport. But like no one's going to fund public transport when people are getting arrested 72 times and like not getting to jail until they murder someone. And then people are like, ew, look at that right-wing grift. And it's like, no, that's just like a really standard Democrat opinion 5 years ago. Or maybe 10 years ago. Right? It's like if you are a pragmatist and you don't have you don't have a strict sense of your philosophy, you just kind of vibe out based off of your values. If you stand still and you're on the center left or even on maybe a little bit left of center, you're eventually just going to become a right winger because both of the parties are moving closer more and more towards socialism. You know, it's like, it's that Michael Malice meme, right? You know, Republicans are just Democrats going the speed limit. So, I mean, like, I think it's important to note that, like, no, he's not a grifter. The right, like, all of these people that you see, they're like, I didn't leave the left left me. None of these people are right wingers. They're just being redefined as right wingers because the left is going further left and the right has caught up to where their values are. I mean, you look at somebody like, oh my God, or just like any of those people, like Dave Rubin is one. You know, God, Mike, I can't think of his last name, and I like him, right? But the little gay Twinkie looking guy, that's really into horror movies and is like, you know, anti-trans agenda shit. Can't think of his name, but like you look at any of these people that are like, I didn't leave the left left me. No, they're all Democrats from the 1990s and 2000s. And now the Republican Party is the Democrat Party of the 1990s and 2000s with a little bit more socialism. Like genuinely, like look at anybody, like look at the Republican Party and what they do, and you'll know that that's just the part. Colin Wright is probably an example, but I don't know much about his political views. I just know a lot about his research and like articles. So I don't know how he opposes like policy and things like that, but yeah, probably. Jailing people is not very egalitarian, okay? Hey, I'm missing something. No, Colin Wright was he not a sex researcher? He's a biologist of some sort. Presumably. Like, I don't know enough information to have some holiday wealth. Hope you're doing well. Dude, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I'm doing all right. I'm doing well. I'm, did you hear, oh man. Why is my brain shutting off right now? This is fucking horrible. iCal Rich. Fucking iCal Rich died. But like, we're definitely gonna have to talk about it on Prime Guys tomorrow. But yeah, iCal Rich kicked the bucket, dude. That sucks. But other than that, I'm doing great. You know what I mean? Like fucking, I love this time of year. Okay, like genuinely, I love this time of year. I love that like grandmas come out of the woodwork and like they're in my way at the grocery store. I love that I'm not hearing shitty pop music. I'm hearing like Christmas music. I love the cold weather with socks on and a sweater and like, you know, buying apple cider and throwing it on the stove with some warm spices and cooking it and getting, you know, boiling it down and getting like warm apple cider. I just love this time of year. I wish I was Christian so that I could like fucking enjoy the holiday times more, but I'm not. Why are you gay? Yeah, iCal Rich, complications from a heart attack. You know, I talked a lot of shit on iCal Rich. He's a very nice guy. You know, I called him a cuckalick a lot because he was a left-wing, you know, Catholic that was kind of all for all the Democrats' positions. But like, he was a pretty good dude, and you know, he was never a pain in the ass to be around. Right? He was always polite. He was always well-mannered. You know, he always had like, even if I disagreed with his political opinions, they were like thought out, and like he took his time on it, and he kind of gave like, you know, because, you know, like had a lot of knowledge that wasn't typical knowledge and would attempt to share that knowledge as opposed to like browbeating with that knowledge, you know, like he was a good dude. You know, like, again, obviously I have my disagreements with any statist, but, you know, he was a good part of the community. I'm gonna miss him. He was super nice, but super left. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm conflicted in that to a certain degree, right? But like, you know, there's no need to pile on or talk ill of the dead. He was a good guy. Scott, if you're not a Christian, just take it as a great celebration of capitalism. True. 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 Them being like, fucking corporations made it all about buying and shopping and being like, yes, greed is good. I love the holiday spirit. Specifically, Black Friday is my favorite holiday, even though they just jack the prices up on shit a couple weeks ahead of time, and then they make them go on sale on Black Friday, and they're barely cheaper than they were 3 weeks before. Dude, I worked a Black Friday at Walmart. And this was like right before I became like the janitorial, like custodial supervisor, which is a position that doesn't normally exist at Walmart. But it did at this one because it was a show store. Right. And so like my job was just to clean, and then, you know, later it was to supervise the clean crew. Like, you know, I'd put the old man on the Zamboni all night, and then like, you know, and then we'd clean up the store. And so Black Friday comes around and it's super cold, and me and two other guys there, you know, two friends of mine, are the only white people working at that Walmart that aren't like in their 60s. Everybody, because it's an overnight shift, so everybody is black that works there. And so the black manager comes up to us and was like, hey guys, and she didn't like us, and she was like, hey guys, I'm gonna need you to fucking put the carts away tonight. That's what y'all's job is for tonight. And so we all three of us were like, oh no, terrible. We're making such a sacrifice. But it's just three white dudes that are perfectly fine in the cold. And we're like, you mean to tell me I don't have to deal with customers all night on Black Friday? I can just fucking put carts away and hang outside and smoke cigarettes? And like, dude, we had a fucking blast just putting carts away and fucking around outside the entire time. And then like we'd come in for lunch and they'd be like, you guys are really doing a good sacrifice for us, man. I can't imagine being out in that cold the entire shift, man. Like, I really appreciate it. It was just three white guys being like, no, yeah, we are sacrificing a lot. You should be grateful. But in actuality, we were having a fucking blast. Any recommendations on meetups, conventions, events for anarcho-objectivists? I don't think there is one. I mean, you can go to libertarian functions and you can go to objectivist functions, but if you go to objectivist functions, they're probably going to hate you for being a libertarian. Weirdly enough, you're probably going to get more love at the libertarian functions than you will at the objectivist functions. But if you want a little bit of a fight, you can go to them. I don't know. But it's really only a big thing on the internet right now to blend those two philosophies. In the real world, anarcho-objectivism isn't a thing. All right, dude. How late is this motherfucker running? He's already a half hour late. All right, I didn't per se have... Like, I figured we'd shoot the shit and talk about a couple of things, and there was like one or two things I wanted to talk to Kasimir about before fucking Zulu showed up. Now I'm like a half hour into the void. Like they'll both be here in a half hour, presumably. Yeah. Objectivist ones are very insular, and like you'll go like if you go to any objectivist event, or just go to an objectivist Discord if you want this experience, right? Go to an objectivist Discord, and like you'll get pulled into a room and grilled about whether or not you're a real objectivist, and then get kicked out of that Discord the moment you disagree with them on IP. Like they will gatekeep to an extreme degree that you must believe like the classic objectivist theory. And like even if you're like, no, here's why I disagree, here's why I think you're wrong, here's why I think your philosophy is incorrect on this, they're like, nope, you disagree with Ayn Rand, you're wrong, and therefore you will be kicked out. So I just can't imagine meeting these people in person. Dude, can you imagine? Just show up with a big shirt that says, I heart Immanuel Kant. What would objectivism looking like in the real world? Fucking anarcho-capitalism. That's what it would look like in the real world. They just don't know it. Nietzsche mogs objectivists. Dude, Nietzsche doesn't have a coherent philosophy. I like Nietzsche. Will to Power is an interesting read. Thus Spake Zarathustra is an even more interesting read. But, like, the fuck are you talking about? Because I know you're not talking about looks. Like, the dude looked okay before he was sickly and dying in his bed at a young age. Like, what do you mean? Like I do agree that objectivism probably is heavily influenced, even though Ayn Rand didn't believe this. I think she's just lying. I don't think you get Nietzsche without Stirner, and I don't think you get objectivism without Nietzsche. Like I genuinely think that like Nietzsche is certainly like a precursor to objectivism. And that Stirner, Max Stirner, is a precursor to Nietzsche, and that like that ethical egoism, those are the building blocks for that. But like, what do you mean he mogs objectivism? Like that's just like nonsense, silly talk. What time is Dave Smith coming on? He's not. Okay, yeah, but like. Legends Reign, that shirt is like to the point like they'd enjoy that shirt, I think. Let me check my DMs. What did he say? Okay. I'm running late for the 2 p.m. talk, but we'll be ready for a test soon. The fuck does soon mean, Kasimir? That was at 1:51 p.m. Maybe he only wanted to hop on for a test and then like hop off and come back at 3. Who knows? Either way, the content's going to start in 27 minutes, so fuck it. Let me go through my bookmarks and see if there's anything interesting to talk about. Dude, what the fuck is... Like, I haven't done enough research, okay? I'll just say that now. I haven't done enough research, but what in the fuck is going on with, like, Trump and Venezuela and Pete Hegseth? Why are we trying to go to war with Venezuela? Is just Trump just completely bought off by the military-industrial complex now? So he's just like, fuck it, boys. I need a distraction from how shitty my fucking administration is. Oil doesn't make sense. Oil makes 0 sense. We've never gone to war for oil. Now, we have gone to war for the petrodollar. Right? For sure. Like, but also Venezuela sells most of their oil to Chevron. Like we still buy most of their oil. So like it doesn't matter to us. Like it would be a big problem if they were selling all of their oil to BRICS in a different currency, right? Thus threatening the stability of the petrodollar, which is the US dollar. But like, it's not like that doesn't even make sense on this one. Like it kind of makes sense when we invaded Syria. That made sense for oil. We didn't get the oil, but you know, we protected the petrodollar. Like most of the Middle Eastern wars and shit, you know, bombing Iran to get them to behave again, letting them know. But like, I don't understand what, like, is he just obsessed with this war on drugs? And like, he just has a few people in his ear, like, these people are bringing fentanyl over, Trump. We got to get rid of them. And he's like, yeah. And we'll make a lot of money doing it too. Yeah. Like, is he just like a retarded puppet at this point? Like, I just can't. Can somebody steal, man, why the fuck we're even doing this? Like, I just, like, it doesn't. Because, like, he doesn't come off to me like a hardcore neocon that, like, that just, like, wants regime change wars everywhere. Maybe because it's in the South Americas and he thinks of, like, you know, the American empire, that we need to, like, shore up power in South America and like, yeah, hemisphere dominance, like I guess. But it's just like, it's so, yeah, distraction. I don't know. It's just like, I'm watching it just like, it's very blackpilling to just hands up in the air. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Comes across as a drag queen runaway judge. Dude, 100%. An objectivist would say that it's okay because they are socialist. I feel like that's a bit of a straw man, but sure, maybe. You think it's a distraction from Zelensky and the peace talks? Yeah, but like, I just don't like. Maybe he's. Either way, he's just a fucking puppet. Because like, if it's that level of distraction in intelligence and policy, like, Trump's not the one behind it. Trump just does shit on vibes. Marco Rubio is Secretary of State and National Security Advisor first since Kissinger. It's him calling the shots. I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, your title doesn't necessitate that like you're the one calling the shots, right? Like, they're all having war room meetings, right? And like, and in those war room meetings, there's a lot of people there. And there's money and power, right, that is influencing those discussions. Just because Marco Rubio hates Cuba and Venezuela doesn't, like, sure, I absolutely agree that he's probably in those war rooms like, fuck Venezuela, right? But, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The Epstein thing, the tariffs and the economy. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've said this before. I'll say it again. I'm doing a debate at some point. What is it? I think it should be, oh, that's not what I wanted to happen. I want it on that screen. Doing a debate. Is it in December sometime? Same topic as I did on Grid's event, right? That Trump is the most socialist president in the last 33 years, which works against it's against Urban Adventures. Oh, okay. I didn't recognize the name when I saw it, but yeah, the guy that was in here that said he could take me in a fight, jokingly. Yeah, we're debating whether or not Trump is the most socialist president. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I'm just like, I'm trying to like watch this, and it's very interesting because so many other presidents, it's very clear what their motivations are. And like with Trump, it's just like it genuinely feels like playing a video game, like Baldur's Gate or something. We just roll a D20, and then we just kind of like we roll a D100, and then whatever the number lands on, like we get to. I think that one time Leonard Peikoff tried to justify using nuclear bombs on Iran because they voted bad people into power or something. Yeah, I mean, Peikoff and Yaron Brook and them, they are war hawks when it comes to Israel, and it's very weird to me. Okay, you're yelling about all these other presidents that didn't exist in the last 33 years or during my lifetime. I'm not making the claim that Trump is more socialist than FDR or Hoover or Truman or Wilson or did I miss any of the other big ones? Right? Like I'm not making that claim. I'm just making the claim that he's more socialist than Obama, Biden, Bill Clinton, and George Bush. Worse than Obama? Yeah, for sure, dude. For sure he's worse than Obama. Like, is that even a question? I don't think, like, I feel like you, like, come on. I feel like you have to be really ideologically captured by, like, anti-socialist rhetoric as opposed to actually hating socialism to think that somehow Trump is less socialist than Obama. Obama put in the ACA. That's a huge socialist thing, but Trump didn't stop it. Right? Like Trump had control of all three branches of government and didn't do shit to stop the Affordable Care Act. So clearly he wasn't that against it. Like, yeah, he's just a different type of socialist, a socialist with right-wing values. What the fuck is co-socialism? I don't know what co-socialism is. Oh, it's just a typo. Do I think Kamala would have been more or less socialist? I don't know. My guess is that Kamala probably would have been a puppet and would have been more the same. I don't know that she would have done huge shit like tariffs or whatever, but we probably would have saw like more crazy shit happening in schools, more leftist indoctrination, random amounts of money to universities for no fucking reason, things like that. We wouldn't have seen like massive tariff increases or like an increase in war on drugs. Maybe we would have seen issues with Venezuela, but maybe not as much. So I don't know. I will say this though. I think Kamala would have been a much easier president to galvanize the right wing against socialism. Whereas because Trump's in power and is preaching socialism to people, but our version of socialism, the right is moving more and more socialist at a more rapid pace than they have been in the last few decades. And then the far right is like, we don't like Trump because he's not socialist enough. So I think, like that is like my prediction. I don't know that it would have been. Gameaholics, you seem to want to be angry, but not want to listen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you've seen me before, but like, brother, like, I call Republicans socialists all the time. They are socialists. I like, we had a whole conversation about why they're, the left people, if they stay the same, they become the right, because the right keeps becoming more and more socialist over time because of the false belief of the fact that they believe government can fix things in the economy and that they are socialist. But like, you're trying to, socialism is a binary. Well, that's just autistic. You can engage in more socialist policies. You can engage in ever increasing amount of socialist intervention in the economy. Like you're being like you're just being autistic about what I'm saying so that you can prove I'm wrong, as opposed to just having the conversation. I'm being so goofy, man. All right. The Democrats of yesterday are the Republicans of tomorrow? 100%. But the problem is like, we're not seeing this with Gen Z, right? Gen Z men are not liberals that are just going to become, like they're not like liberal kids that become Republicans and then make the Republican Party a little more socialist. They're becoming very, very culturally right wing and far more socialist than their parents. Or like even their teachers. Like they're just embracing fascism. Left or right is meaningless to me. They're all statists. They are all statists, but that doesn't mean that left or right isn't an important distinction. Right? Like left and right is bread and circus? No, that's false. Like it is true that they share the element of being statists. It is true that they share the element of the false belief that government fixes things. It is true that because they share this belief, they're becoming increasingly more socialist in their policy and less capitalist, moving towards, pure communism as is inevitable. But what's not true is that the left and the right are the same, or that they don't have different values, and that those are meaningful distinctions insofar as we call them the left or the right. Right? Like left wing, like right wing people, they tend to believe in order-based politics. They believe in a corrupting influence of people. They believe in human teleology. They believe in, the necessary element of passing on legacy towards future generations, right? Like there are distinctive value differences between the left and the right. Like from a political standpoint, in our hatred of socialism and statism, sure, they share that element, but that doesn't mean that they're not different. I disagree with Zulu on group ownership and side with Kinsella, and Zulu's takes on property ownership are too reductive. Why are you adding me and spamming it in the hopes that I'll see it? I saw it earlier. I just chose to converse in a different direction. Also, Zulu is correct about co-ownership. He's so correct about co-ownership that I'm waiting for Stefan Kinsella to come back from traveling so that I can have a conversation about why he's wrong and why Zulu is correct on co-ownership. like I DM'd him. He was like, I'm busy, I'm out, but definitely hit me up when I'm out. I'd love to talk about this. Like, I think Kinsella is wrong about co-ownership. Now, I do believe I'm in between the two because I do have some leanings towards the concept of easement rights and common property. So I am sympathetic towards group homesteading of property and creating common property. I agree with that aspect. And insofar as I don't know if Zulu disagrees with it, but if Zulu disagrees with that aspect, then I disagree with him there. But to call this ethical property, I would say is wrong because it's conflict inducing, because now you have multiple owners of the same property. But they're not true owners. They're people that have co-homesteaded. And now conflict arises the moment one person in that group says, I want to do something different with this property. And so what is the resolution is for someone to privatize that property and then purchase out that individual's share, or to maintain their easement to the property insofar as it can be maintained. Right. So like I'm a fairly big fan of that. Oh, here we go. Kasimir's in here for sound check. Only fucking 48 minutes after he said he was going to hop on. He's not on camera yet. I'll drag him on once he gets on camera. Someone has to own the Goon Cave? Yeah, like collective ownership of the Goon Cave is fine until someone wants to come onto the TV that everyone else is using. Now we have conflict here, right? Because everyone else wants clear picture quality for their goon material, and one gooner wants to coat the goon material in their fluids, right? So it is only right to purchase out said gooner so that the Goon Cave can be privatized, and we can ensure that the Goon Cave has, proper audio and video quality that can be, rented out and sold towards fellow gooners. Scott is my goon material? Oh, gross. I really hope you're not gooning to me. Zulu would correctly tell you that multiple people attempting to homesteading at the same time leads to stalemate where no one can proceed. Yeah, but it happens in reality, right? It happens where people, like, a village all uses the same well and there's no clear owner of the well, right? And this is a problem, but it is common property. And so I would say that if someone comes and privatizes the well and then says, I'm going to charge everyone in town money for the well, that becomes a problem as well. Right? And so what you need to do is you privatize the well, you make a better well that gets more water, and you sell the excess water. And when newcomers come into town that are born into the town or move to the town or are visiting, you charge them for water. And then if someone wants to leave or something, or if someone wants to buy out rights to the water, etc., then you buy out and you come to some voluntary agreement so that eventually there's only one owner of said well. He changed his name to Do Not Pull Me In. If you are in the internet, then somebody has already gooned to you. I mean, I feel like there are a lot of people that are on the internet that have not been gooned to simply because they don't have a large enough online presence. But like, I do remember there was some lady that like hopped on a Twitch stream and was obsessed with me sexually. And then like I had to move her off of the stream and eventually she left. And it all started because I had the Shire Like I had a Bag's End behind me, and like she was like, "You like Lord of the Rings?" And I was like, "This is weird. This is awkward." Like I eventually got rid of her, and she didn't show back up again. Right. So I think she might have gooned to me. So I've probably been gooned to before. All right. The evidence suggests that that is true. But there's a lot of people out there that are on Twitter or they're on fucking Instagram or something, and they got like 2 followers and they're doing it for the love of the game. This was before AI would have been good enough for it to pretend to be a woman. Also, it was a fat woman. Write a female-orientated romance book full of impregnation and taboo love partners. I'm good. That lady was wild? Yeah. Mark remembers her. Dude, she was. Yeah, she was a little wild. Did she ask if you had big, hairy feet? No. Scott, I'm pretty sure that you align with Kinsella, LOL. I don't. I know, because we debated about it a little bit back and forth on Twitter, and then it was like, let's have a chat about it. Co-ownership is not possible. It's not the same thing as saying that people have easement rights on common property. We'll get into it. We'll get into forestalling. I'm here whenever, Kasimir shows up. 52 minutes late. Because he's here, but it's just do not pull me in, and it's just a background. Does look like brother set up a real green screen, though, maybe. There are white fat women. What are you talking about? She was a white lady. Look, I appreciate being gooned over, all right? That's the truth, boys. Even if it's an ugly person or someone I'm not physically attracted to, all right? If you goon to me, that's a compliment as far as I'm concerned. Just don't send me shit and expect me to respond positively to it. You know? Zulu says he'll be on in a minute. That's going to be fucking hilarious if Kasimir was like, I'm going to show up an hour early for a sound and video test, and then Zulu hops in first. There he is. He's on video now. Headset. Once he changes his name, I'll pull him in. Fabian does not use a green screen. He actually is in a cyber world. Oh, no. Oh, no, boys. You better start believing in a cyberpunk 2077 dystopia, because you're living in one. I see that meme, and I was like, look, man, it is a little dystopic. Some of the people that are making AI girlfriends and shit. I don't know who he's talking to, but I haven't pulled him in. I'm out, and his name is Do Not Pull Me Up or Pull Me In. I can't see the rest of it. Scott lives in a Mentis Wave video. Do I? I don't know if Mentis Wave has ever mentioned me in a video. I don't watch enough of his content to know. I watch it every now and then. I really liked his breakdown on Kamala Harris's party platform, leading up to the election. That was very well done. And it was also probably the most Austrian thing I'd seen from him. Cause nobody on his channel knows that he's an ANCAP. Right? But that one was a very, very Austrian analysis of her economic policy. Mentis Wave says he looks like a mash between Scott and Praxpin. I'll believe it when I see it. I have the Cybertron background. No, this was made for me by Chris. Chris can't hear me because he's just said that he's an hour behind at 2 times speed. But he made it for me for the show. What is FUMO? I don't understand this Gen Z slang. I have to look this up. Smoke or fume in languages. That's not what I'm looking for. An overly expensive plushie? Oh, God. No. Oh, no. I'm not doing it on screen. All right. What's up, Kaz? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can also hear me on echo because the sound is coming from your speakers. So.
Yes, it was, but I muted it. Now everything will go to auxiliary, hopefully not overloading it. Okay, live.
1 2 1 2. Yeah, there we go.
1 2
Yeah,
1 2.
Yeah,
the
we're
microphone
good.
is here, but it should be fine. It's close enough.
Yeah, I can hear you breathing a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I'll
so
mute
it's
myself.
perfectly no. It's fine. It's like it's not that bad. But I'm just saying, like, you don't need to move the mic closer. That's all I'm saying. Because if I can hear the ambient noise and you're breathing, breathing a little bit, then yeah. Oh, what's up, brother? How you been?
I've been fine. Very, very, very busy.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, busy is usually a good sign.
Yeah, I've been focusing on my own like personal well-being a little bit more. So hopefully you'll see less of me as the months slip by. But it's a difficult process.
And what have you been doing?
I'm dieting and exercising. What I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah,
I've been dieting. I haven't
been.
been exercising like I should be, but it's been a slow process to figure out what the fuck I can and can't eat.
Listen, I understand that lady perfectly. I mean, who wouldn't go for a 6'4" or 5?
No. I'm gonna start telling people that I'm 6'2", okay? Or
listen, guys. Here's an
it's
important lesson.
diabolical. Listen, I'm gonna start telling people in person I'm 6'2", so that all these dudes that are like 5'10", 5'11", and lying about being 6 foot will be like 6 or 7 inches shorter than me, while claiming to be 2 inches shorter than me, and it'll be hilarious because none of the women are capable of accurately telling what height is. And then, like, if they argue with me, I'll be like, dude, why would I lie about and say I'm shorter than I am? Like, that makes no sense. Like, what are you talking about? I'm 6'2". Like, you know, like, oh, I mean, maybe like 6'1.5". We're rounding up to 6'2". You know, just like really just to watch their girlfriends be like, this lying 5'9" motherfucker. Like, destroying relationships out there.
See, Scott is very dangerous. Very dangerous, gang. If you meet him in person and he asks you, riddle, what's inside my pocket? Don't reach in to find out.
Oh, God. All I can think of now is that, you know that South Park episode where Butters kills everyone, like, at a tap dancing event? There's a song that goes with it. And if you listen to the lyrics of the song, it's essentially that's, I've got something in my front pocket for you. Something very big and special for you. Why don't you reach down in my pocket and see what it is? It's like, and that's all I can think of now is Butters killing everyone at a tap dancing concert.
It's funny. By the way, earlier the whole village thing. I was actually thinking about this very example and how I'm going to destroy it with facts.
Yeah, I mean, I like this is one of the things I talk about a lot. Or maybe not a lot, but like when people really start grilling down my theory, it's like I'm okay knowing that there's a certain cap where like I'm at the limits of my knowledge and my theory, right? Like my job, as far as I see it, is another person to borrow from Zulu, right? To preach to the remnant, right? But that's what I am. I'm a preacher of the ideology. I'm a communicator of the ideology. And I'm okay with knowing, I mean, I always want to better my understanding, of course, but I'm also okay with knowing I'm not pushing the theory forward in most things. Most of the time I'm pretty solid on theory, but I'm okay with like these edge cases being like, yeah, I don't fucking know. Like, yeah, like this is there are people that have a better grasp on this than me. Look at Kinsella, look at Zulu. You know what I mean? Like, you know, go talk to people that are actually pushing the theory forward with their writings. I'm just communicating to the best of my knowledge what is anarcho-capitalist and objectivist philosophy, and I get it wrong sometimes.
Yeah, Kinsella is being naughty though, and
He's being naughty.
yeah, he is. He's been. He does a little bit of a shuffle when he argues. I like this word, by the way. I recently started using it a lot.
Shuffle?
The shuffle. Everybody's doing some kind of a shuffle, and it's always a substitution of some kind. And I think my best guardrail against doing something similar is that I'm a very fresh. I'm a baby libertarian still, and I remember being an even bigger baby before,
right,
and understanding even less, and so that keeps me a little bit humble, and I'm trying to
brother. You want to talk about being humble? How about people showing up when I go through my comments to make sure that I respond to comments through YouTube Studio, and then getting comments from my debate with Haz from like 3 years ago, and being like, "Oh no, commenter, you're right, but this is 3 years ago." When I didn't know shit, and being like, oh, yes. But like I'm literally out there in perpetuity on the internet, having bad opinions, and it's just like, and it hurts. It hurts, man.
It is good pain. Yes. I think we have, we always have the same conflicting tendency. The human nature is to want to make things easier. Everybody wants easier, but then we also have these philosophical inclinations where we make things harder. And so libertarianism is a tension.
Yeah. And oh my God, the chat is just filling up with ZZ. Okay, guys. All right. Look.
Absolutely.
Listen. I also put ZZ everywhere, but do you guys have any? Chat. Do you guys have any idea how fucking humbling it is to have your own chat be like ZZ? I'll put one in there for the goat. All right, but dude, it keeps me humble. Let me tell you, it keeps me real humble to have what is essentially a competitor, right? LiquidZulu, I love you. We are competing, right, to a certain degree.
To the death, I would say.
To the death, right? But like, so for example, this is a humbling experience I have to have, right? I'll tell you this. I scheduled a conversation or I guess you call it debate, but I was like, no, it's more like a conversation to talk about why I'm pro AI and why AI is so good with this guy. It's like I have to dig more into his stuff before I like label him too much, but he seems like a socialist commie self-taught programmer that's anti-AI. And we scheduled it for Thursday. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going live. Right? Like, I'm just recording that and putting it out as an interview later because I would be a complete fucking idiot to go live at 8 p.m. on Thursday was when he wanted to have the conversation. I was like, clearly this is, I'm going to record this and put it out over the weekend. There's no fucking part of me that's going to try and compete. There might be something else going on at that exact moment, guys. I don't know if you guys are aware, but there's something happening in the libertarian ANCAP, anarcho-objectivist, preaching to the remnant, hardcore Napist space, which is LiquidZulu debating Dave Smith at 8 p.m., I believe, Eastern on Thursday, and you don't want to miss it. And I'm not going to go live because A, it would be retarded. I'd get like 5 viewers. And B, also, like, no, like, I'm also not going to watch it because I'm going to react to it. So, like, it's going to suck because I'm going to have to go through the whole weekend not having watched it. And I'm going to be angry. And I know I'm going to see clips and posts about it on Twitter. I'm going to have to sequester myself so that I can fucking react to it genuinely because I do not react to shit that I've already seen. Like, that's just like a rule that I've given myself that all of my reactions are genuine. And it's going to suck, boys. I might go live early on Monday before Prime Guys and do like a fucking like 12-hour stream by just like fucking reacting to Zulu's video on Monday instead of waiting till Tuesday. But welcome, LiquidZulu. Welcome, Kasimir.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing me on. I was going to stream myself, but I was like, you know what? Fuck, I can't be bothered to stream myself, make a watch page. But the lovely Fabian Liberty already has a watch page. so I can just send people there, and then we can have it all here, and I don't have to bother when I fucking just come home to make a quick thumbnail or whatever.
And this is why competition is good, okay, guys? This is why competition between Zulu and I literally makes both of us better, right? Because today, LiquidZulu can't be bothered, and I've got 69 concurrent viewers when I normally average like 40, or, you know, like, so it's good for me. It's good for me that you're doing well. And hopefully I'll do well enough for it to be good for you as well. Because I do drive people to your stream occasionally.
Absolutely. I will say I liked you did the stream the other day, or maybe not the other day, with Chronic on his arrow of regression.
Dude, the great presentation. He needs to clean up the actual presentation, but the idea is a great idea.
Yeah, I think he like presented that to me in like a voice chat one time. I was like, okay, yeah, there's clearly something very interesting there. So I'm glad to see him kind of expand on this thesis and have it in a form where, you know, people can just go and see the whole thing.
simplified for those that missed that stream. You can check out the stream. I had to rename it and everything. But simplified, it's a means of analysis of state policy. And essentially, if the state policy is backed by the philosophy that government can fix things, then that is the philosophy of socialism winning, regardless of what the actual policy itself is. And vice versa, if the policy is of the philosophy that government doesn't fix things, that government only makes things worse, then it is proof of philosophical victories and of the inevitable dissolution of the state, right? Like in every step of the way, and you see this with Republicans all the time, right? Where they will put out ostensibly partially libertarian things, but then it will still be motivated by the concept that government can fix some things. And so even though that policy itself might align with libertarian values, it's pushing socialism. And we talked a lot about it, other elements like, drug policy and things like that. But I think that is such a better way of looking at it. That like really, like, instead of getting caught in the weeds of the policy itself and what the potential effects and drawbacks of the policy are. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about two things. I'm apparently going to get flamed before I talk with Kinsella by LiquidZulu and Kasimir on forestalling and co-ownership of property. And then there was another conversation that hopefully Kasimir and I can, we can recreate to some degree with Zulu and get his opinions on, that I thought was really interesting. It was like to the point where I was like, man, we might be at the realm of like figuring out theory here, and I want to bring Zulu in on this, etc. But I guess, what do you guys want to start with? You want to start with the forestallment and Kinsella's views on co-ownership and things like that first?
I have a little bit of a speech or an idea that came to mind. It was like a shower thought. And that's why I mentioned earlier, before Zulu came in, that I was a baby libertarian, and I had this idea though that I wanted to be very consistent for debates. I never wanted to be caught in silly contradictions and feel silly about myself, and so that was like a driving force. But also, there is some laziness and there is some comfort in the ideas that I know, and so I'm constantly introspecting, trying to find out where's the laziness, where's the consistency. And one particular area of laziness has been associated, like a remainder of the use of the word property that we're all used to. Now, property in etymology means a qualia of something, like some category of description of some object. And this is where the word comes from, and we're starting to use it towards identifying ownership, but that traps us mentally into thinking about ownership as some objective property of an item, that it's a real thing, and yet I believe that's mystifying what it actually is. A closer concept, a much more accurate concept, is that it's a relationship. The objectivist realm has this example of a car crash. Does a car crash exist? Well, technically, yes and sort of no. It doesn't exist like an object exists, like the car. It's a relationship between a car and another object. They crashed into each other. It historically happened. It objectively happened. There is a record of it. Could be, at least potentially, but it's not a property of either object. It doesn't exist in that sense. And so ownership is a relationship between whom and whom about what.
Right.
The homesteader and the latecomer.
It's not a magical property of the material itself, right? Like that would almost be like hearkening back to Lockean proviso, right? Like the object itself is not materially owned, right? It like there's like no amount of scientific discovery of the property will see that the ownership changes the DNA of the thing, right? What we're really discussing is the relationship we have with the property and the relationship that other people have with the property. Insofar as I am the owner of the property and other people's are non-owners of the property, and how they interact with that property because of their relationship with me as the owner of the property.
Right. And it has to be, and the second insight you gain after this is it's like if you want it to be maintained, this relationship, you have to maintain it. It has to be objectively maintained. So it's something that has to be present in at least some form. And somebody just argued with me over X and accused me of a bunch of things. And they said, well, what about this hypothetical case, Kasimir? You have no answer for this. What if everything that identifies the fact that I own something gets destroyed by the state? What if they come in, scorched earth, destroy my home, destroy all the fences, all of my fields, and they even, they make me wait a few years until it all gets covered with grass and weeds. There's no record that I ever owned it. And I lost all other records to it. There's no record office. There's just me and my opinion. They've like destroyed, they've mind washed all the judges and all the record offices, and there's no evidence of me ever owning that. And then a homesteader comes in, and there's just me with my opinion. What do I do? And my answer, honestly, sucks to be me.
Yeah,
I cannot do anything.
That's
just really messed up by the state.
Could I have a related hypothetical, which is, what if I committed murder and I left zero trace, nobody could ever prove it? And it's like, okay, well, Mr. Anarcho-Capitalist, you say murder is wrong, but in this case, it's impossible to prove murder. So what happens? Well, it's like, well, yeah, that it's impossible to prove. That sucks. It's bad when something like that happens. But that doesn't really approach the ethical.
It doesn't make me not a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
yes,
it's kind of like Bentham's assertion, right? Like the concept of like, if it isn't perceived, does it exist? Right? And then the Christian solution being God perceives all, so it does exist. But it's not about the perception that makes it reality. There is an objective reality that you killed someone, perceived or not perceived. What matters, however, in our reality is our ability to prove that occurred, right? We lack the knowledge to know that a murder occurred or that you are the murderer because there's no evidence of the murder. And simultaneously, with your example, it is objectively true that you owned property and the state destroyed the property and all records of the property. But if you can't prove it, then that sucks. Like that sucks to be you, but that is just how reality works. Our ideology doesn't. Okay, go ahead.
What's important is who's at fault and who has to pay for it. Not the homesteader that comes in later and tries to occupy the same land, unless I somehow catch them and maybe convince them not to do it. But I would be on flimsy ground, right? It would be the state. It's the state has to compensate me, restitute. I can, try to catch one of the state agents that did it, and convince others that they did it to me.
Talmurad in chat says that's an invalid hypothetical. There's no such thing as a murder with zero evidence. I agree. You're being autistic. I agree. Let's just say that we have not discovered the means of discovering or finding that evidence. So we're incapable of being able to communicate or showcase that evidence to other people within the ethical framework.
Yeah, we can grant this. Listen, if somebody's homesteading that land, and I tell them, listen, I currently don't have the evidence, but I'm telling you my story. Do you want to risk it? Do you want to risk really that I will find the evidence and then you will lose your homestead as a result of that because it's on my land? It's very likely they will say, I don't know, we don't want to risk it. We'll take the plot right next to you. And so that could become how the story develops until eventually people say, well, then homestead it already, you know, asshole. Just put borders on it.
And there is like a weird connection I made just when you guys were speaking there. Is that they're doing a conflation between the epistemic and the metaphysical in these sorts of, if it's not perceived, then it doesn't exist. And there's actually, this connects to one of the big philosophical failings in modern physics with quantum mechanics, where they have the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where they say, because we don't have the means to discover both the exact velocity and the exact position of a particle, of a quantum particle, therefore it doesn't in fact have a particular velocity in a particular location. And that's bringing the epistemic down into metaphysical, which is
it's like we could solve almost all of our political problems if we could push a magic button to where people actually understood the double slit experiment. You know, because at that core, you would, like, in order to understand that, you would have to understand existence exists, right? Like you would have to understand that contradictions don't exist in reality. Like actually understanding that one experiment, if every human being understood that experiment, then like overwhelmingly they would all be libertarians.
And I do like there's a slightly, you know, this is somewhat tangential, but this is another one of the big failings with the modern physicists. I just like rattling off about this whenever it comes up.
LiquidZulu becoming more of an objectivist every day. Let me tell you why physicists are wrong.
Well, it's like, you know, they'll say, for instance, that light is a wave, but then the question is, well,
it's also
what
a particle.
is doing the waving? Even more than that, what is doing the waving? Because a wave, what does that mean? It means a change in some property periodically over time. Then it's a property of something. And great physics YouTuber Inductica, this is his argument for why there has to be a luminiferous ether. There has to be something that is doing the waving. And there's this
yes, I understand this.
I do wonder if there's some relationship here with Kasimir's concern about this being a property right, but a property of what specifically? Because there has to be, that word suggests that there has to be some entity that it's pointing to, right? It can't just float on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that insight actually comes from Idlework, who I have seen in chat, who keeps grounding us back to on our wild adventures in law. Which,
right. So relating this towards forestallment and co-ownership, right? Because I assume that was kind of what you wanted to speak on, Kasimir. I skimmed over the article you sent me. I'm supposed to have a conversation with Kinsella here soon, but he said, you know, he was out of town or whatever, to hit him up when he gets back. Because I do agree that co-ownership is impossible. But apparently I am wrong, as everyone in chat is you know, loves to remind me on any concept of easement rights or of like common property. And so I need you guys to purify my terrible theory before I have this conversation and grant him things that are not philosophically sound, because they make sense to me. All right, like so if I'm wrong, I'm willing to be wrong.
I can repeat the sort of the story, this quick example from X. So there's a river behind me, and this is a good example. So imagine somebody embordered this entire region behind me. There's a river flowing through it, and let's say, to make it okay, let's discuss various possibilities of what happened there. There's fencing, and it says "Do not enter." And a couple of kids enter through the river. They're wading in the river near the coast, and they're fishing. And you know, I tell them, get off the property. And their answer is, in the United States, is, well, I'm sorry, Kasimir, but
the state owns the river.
We can be here because the state owns the river collectively. And I explained in my tweet, the very simple tweet, it was like, no, the state can't own anything. Now let's discuss the various possibilities. First, let's declare what's very, very true. The state didn't own it. But what could have the various people done? What are the alternatives? We can go there. So why does the state not own it? Because, well, primarily because they're criminal. Because they conquered Rhode Island, and since then they can't really own anything. Because of LiquidZulu's collective ownership.
I was going to say, I would say primarily it's because the state is a collective, not an individual.
But even if it was a king,
stronger argument.
Yeah, even if it was a king, even if you like reduce it to some, Christian nationalist superior hypothetical, fine. But you have to have original appropriation. You have to not just
the king of Turkmenistan or North Korea doesn't own the river either, just because he's an individual.
Right. So, but back to you. So there's this example of a village and a well-trodden road. Who does it belong to? Or maybe the village keeps using this river for fishing, and they then claim easement rights.
The village and the road is the one that HOPA uses in what is it? Public, common, and private property, and the rationalization for the total privatization of property. I may be getting that wrong, but I'm close. If you put what I said in Google, you'll get it. That's the example he uses of the well-traveled road. Like, what do we do with that road if you want to privatize it? Because
so I want to analyze those different examples, and I actually can even bring in your air example that you wanted to discuss as well, because I think it all ties together. So if you look at the river, there's no evidence of any homestead on it. And unfortunately, unless you present to me as the homesteader that there was a prior contract for easements on the river somehow, at least a document. Like, I'm not sure about the theory, and I'm not the judge in the particular location, so I don't know all the details. But the minimum requirement would be to not say that the state owns it, but to say that the local fishing club owns it. That it has an owner who declared some kind of a guardianship, and the agreement from all the surrounding people using this is that as soon as the state is gone, that person owns it, who's the guardian, and then they will somehow sell it off, subdivide it, whatever, it'll get privatized. And then me as the latecomer to this agreement, I would say most judges would declare me as a latecomer in this case. They would say, you shouldn't have, your homestead needs to allow this access somehow, otherwise your homestead itself might be illegitimate. And I would quickly reorganize things to allow them to fish. However, they don't do that. Nobody does that. And that's an issue. Nobody declared guardianship over state lands so that every other homesteader in the future knows what you're dealing with. That there's going to be a contest. That somebody is going to, and the other thing is there's a second half. It can't be just a whimsical dibs declaration. There has to be action undertaken. There has to be record keeping. For example, you could show up and plant a sign that this river is owned by this club that's owned by this person, and then the state has to come in and uproot that sign and throw it in the trash while you record all of this with witnesses. And then you have evidence for a latecomer. You'd say, I tried to homestead this, but the state came in and fined me and did all of this nasty stuff. But I recorded it, and therefore my record is now my, I have the first dibs on this title as soon as it's become accessible. That would be a legitimate argument. Again, none of this, to our knowledge, exists.
So you heard it here first, boys. You need to go to Kinko's, you need to print out some signs, you need to go to your local public school, and you need to put a sign that says, I, such and such, own this school, I claim this school is mine, and then take photographic evidence that you did this. That way, when the state is dissolved, you are the first comer on this school property. So, right? No quote unquote heroic homeless man can homestead after you because you had the sign, boys.
And I want to add an addendum here for the ways in which you have to claim this guardianship, because I don't think it could be just a verbal decree. Like, I couldn't just say, I hereby claim that I'll own the White House. I take guardianship over the White House so that when the state dissolves, it'll be mine. Like, I couldn't just sit in my room and say that, because nobody else could discover that. And I think that's why it's important for, what Fabian was saying, where you have to put the sign in and make it known, make it objectively known to anybody who came along that, like, hey, look, he's actually physically trying to maintain some sort of guardianship over it, and he's ready, he's raring to go the second the state gets out of there, he's going to start like, patching up all the holes in the walls and repairing the windows and stuff like that. Like, this guy is very clearly, he's trying to be a guardian here.
However, if Dave Smith declares it on Twitter, listen, okay, now let's sidestep a little bit towards the example of the road.
Then he will grab the state's guns and kill philosopher.
Yeah. So there's two villages, and there's a road between them. And the way they establish the road is because they're all primitive, villagers that don't know much libertarian philosophy.
It's
just
a game
walk.
trail, and then they walk the game trail to the point that it is now being maintained. Occasionally, different villagers, have some different duty where they take a machete and cut down vines, right? But there's no one individual that says, this is my road and I'm maintaining the road. Rather, there's a communal agreement between the two villages and the villagers within it that, like, this is a road that they use.
Right. So if I
Unspoken
show up there, really myself, with a whole bunch of stakes and a whole bunch of fencing, then there is. I don't think it's a duty, but there's a certain amount of moves they could pull. For example, they could ask me to explain myself, and I would have to explain them, the basics of libertarian theory of what I'm about to do. And then they might say something very simple. The village elder actually owns this. We now understand your concept of ownership. And the village elder owns this, and we all agree to this, so go away. And in my opinion, at that moment, it will be like a question of language. Did I understand that a well-used path is potentially owned by somebody? Did I try to discover that ownership? And didn't they immediately, as soon as they realized the concept, just said, yes, here's the guy. If that's the case, then I would say it's a very poorly maintained homestead, just on the verge of being invisible, but not enough for me because I'm a fellow human. I understand what use means. I see the border between the road and the curb. So I'm fine, and I would probably leave them alone. But I don't think the collective ownership stands, right? I need to read the joke then.
Can we homestead Kasimir a new mic, is what somebody said.
Is it that bad right now?
It's a little crunchy, but it is. That is what it is.
Let's fix this.
I mean, you may be able to fix it if you turn down your gain a little bit.
He's got a big booming voice, He's a guy who knows how to project. And
I mean, I had the same problem with mine until I bought like an amp so that I could lower the gain. But
I can work with the gain. Is it better?
Yeah,
now?
you're actually better now. All right, I'm just an asshole. All right.
No. I have a gauge here. I just wasn't looking at it.
No, you're
so
good
it
now.
was solidly in the red. Well, thank you, chat. So yes, so you see, it's objective. However, imagine if there was if the village was just hunting in the forest, and I'm building a homestead in that forest, and they tell me, oh, we have an easement of that forest now, and I ask, well, where's the evidence for that?
Right.
And they said, well, we never needed to place any evidence. And I say, tough luck. I was the first to place the evidence of ownership, which is a border. Tough luck for you. And Stephen Kinsella provided a real-life example. So there was some cult or whatever, some religious group, and they managed to fence off like 1,000 square yards, something square something.
It's probably not square feet because it would have to be bigger than.
It's probably not square feet. It's
square millimeters, maybe. Like
no, a big chunk of basically like an state land forest. Acres. So a lot. They built the fencing, and then the local community came in and started tearing down the fencing and like reeing really hard. We used to hunt here. We used to walk those trails. Give this back to us. And they started attacking the fencing. So to me, this is a very clear example of people failing to homestead, failing to declare guardianship, using an improper theory of ownership, and just complaining about it when somebody did it.
Can I give two counterfactuals of real world example in our own American history? Because I think grounding it in reality like he did with this example is good, but I want to give like some other ones just as we bounce around on this, right? This is why I am so, when people ask me about people will often ask me, well, what about Native Americans that were conquered by the state? And what I say is there is a distinctive difference between the Cherokee Nation in northern Georgia and almost every other Native American tribe. Because almost every Native American tribe that you described is very similar to what you said, right? They move around, they use these lands, they use the land to hunt, they use the land to fish. They don't embroider anything, they don't create property lines, they don't communicate in any way that this is like their land. It's just they're roaming around. But in northern Georgia, in America, they built houses, they had a community of property, and when Andrew Jackson said, you got to go, they said, no, we have a treaty with you that says that this is our land. And then they said, well, that's invalid. So they took it to court. It got thrown out of Supreme Court because none of them had constitutional rights because they were Native Americans and not American citizens. And then they took them to court again using the 2 American citizens that operated the post office there and said, okay, well, if we don't have rights, at the very least, these people have rights that operate the post office and are American citizens. And then Andrew Jackson basically, he told the court, and I quote, well, then send in your marshals. And then made the Cherokee walk the Trail of Tears anyways. Marched them off of their land where they had homes that were built, where they were westernizing, where they claimed it was their property, where they had a treaty that said we get this land and this land is ours, and where they had at least some concept of property rights. Maybe not the current libertarian theory, obviously, because that didn't even exist at the time. I mean, it existed in natural law, but nobody had written it down for anybody to have to come to the conclusion other than maybe a few people naturally. And so, and I think it's like that's a primary difference, right? The Native Americans that are just like, but we used to hunt buffalo here, therefore it's ours. It's like, no, it's fucking not. This is just land that you're just that regrows itself. And you're just using it at a short period of time, and then you leave. You don't homestead anything. But the Cherokee Nation that built homes, that took it to court, that had treaties, they did everything that I think would be necessary under a libertarian framework to designate this is our land. Now, granted, obviously, there's like a collective problem here because they're saying they have a collective treaty, etc. But for all intents and purposes, it's about as good as you're ever going to fucking get at that time frame to say we own this land. And that is, without a doubt, northern Georgia is stolen, conquered land that belongs to the descendants of those people if they can, provide some form of documentation showing that they lived there.
The collective bit is very easy to solve. They have a tribal chief,
Yeah.
And that's how it goes. So it can be very. We have to be very careful when analyzing these, old cases. And to check but for if there's some collective entity that currently owns it on behalf of a people, then it doesn't mean that those people don't own it necessarily. I
agree to be careful. I bring that up because it's very well documented as well, right? It's a
good case. If people, for example, have leases against the collective group, if the group becomes invalid, then the leases become actual valid homestead. Temporary purchase becomes permanent. So any type of documentation and evidence that says that you've embroidered and are using this, and the physical fences, that's plenty of evidence for your claim. It's not free. So this is a good example.
I want to kind of elaborate upon that specific thing. It would be like as if, in the olden days, some lord would claim an entire fief, and that was all his property. And that's actually where poaching comes from, by the way. If you're hunting without the Lord's permission, then you're stealing game from the Lord. Not the Lord above, but the Lord of the land. So if you wanted to build some house near some
and the
Lord's
Scottish
castle,
know a lot about this, for the record.
They
know a lot about stealing from the Lord's land when the Lord just kind of claims it as theirs. Just want to say there's some deep-seated bloodline hatred that is coming out of LiquidZulu that you might not pick up on if you don't understand the history.
Yeah, so like if you wanted to, for instance, build like a little homestead near a castle which was controlled by a lord, you'd have to pay some fealty to him. It would be written down that the lord still owned that thing. But we know that actually you homesteaded that thing. So Kasimir is entirely correct that you can't just go, oh, the Lord owns it all, does he? The collective, like, fucking lordship, the crown owns all this, as if, no, it's all unowned, it goes back to nature. Like, there is, that other option in my trichotomy that I set up in the video, that one person could own it. And oftentimes that is the case. Like, if I was just paying fealty towards a local lord, well, actually, I own that thing. The guy was just stealing from me.
Yeah, it's almost like there was a certain intuition that was misplaced because of their socialist theory of the anarcho-syndicalists, right? Which, to the schools, the teachers, to the mines, the miners, right? Obviously, this is a very socialist interpretation of it, but nevertheless, it's almost as if they discovered a certain intuition that, like, yeah, the person that's actually using and homesteading this property is the owner of the property. Now, they mix it with their nonsense axioms of collective ownership, right? And that's where you get this false kind of like means of dissolution of the state. But there is something to the concept that the teachers teaching in the schools are more likely to be the appropriate owner than, some random person out there.
I have
But
a
it has to
mild
be dialed in.
disagreement with. I have a mild disagreement with Zulu. I think that in certain cases, as a guardian, the maximum amount of action that you can have is just to declare it, declare your future intent, and the only way to, from that moment on, to claim that you're not the guardian, is to declare a stronger intent backed by stronger action. So you can easily replace me as a guardian, but I don't think the position of guardianship can be simply nullified by pointing at the person and saying, "Oh, he's not doing enough. He's not doing enough. Prove that objectively. Do more."
Sure. I more wanted to make the point that you can't just have a mere verbal decree, because then if I'm like an alien who comes along, how do I discover that decree? Like, it has to be something
it's very
objective.
simple. No, the objective thing is that I have to be constantly pushing that idea to its limit.
Sure.
For example, if there is an angry lord and I represent the quote-unquote the trust of everybody that he ever wronged, of all the people that might seek restitution from him, from all the money bags that he stole, this evil robber baron, then I know that he executes political opponents, so I gotta be quiet about it. But I can let it be known that there is a guardian. I can have a code name. I can distribute leaflets. I can do a lot of things to establish this legend and ways to unlock it at some future point. And as soon as the Lord collapses, the Lordship dissolves, then what will happen? What are the scenarios? Somebody could say, "No, it wasn't this guy, it was me." It doesn't matter. The position, the person manning the position doesn't really matter, because the position is beautiful by having these requirements. It's not like a privilege. It's basically, in fact, something that you volunteer to do. It's a voluntary position and it has requirements. If you don't fulfill those requirements, meaning if you don't start serving the interests of the defenders, then anyone can come in and say, "Good idea, but I'm going to do more. So now we're going to have a trial over who's actually the guardian." It's just standard guardianship.
I think it comes down.
What's important? Sorry, last thing is to answer Kinsella. Kinsella says, "Well, guardianship is about children, or it's about people that can't enact their in the present moment and ownership." Well, yes, and this is exactly the case I'm talking about. Being able to restitute from the state as like a group of people, a group of victims, is exactly what you're doing as a guardian. You're representing not some nebulous property of the gold. You're representing specific victims that want to get in line in a queue and get their share. First come, first serve. So it is very classical application of guardianship without any modification. It's exactly how it's written in these books.
I was just going to say, I think it's important here that there is an objective line that we may or may not be able to discover because of the subjectivity of communication within ethics, right? The concept of intersubjectivity, right? Like, we cannot say, put up a no trespassing sign. Well, putting up a no trespassing sign is a good start, but if I put up a no trespassing sign in English in Vietnam, well, that's just a gobbledygook sign in Vietnam. Because if I'm in a place where no one speaks English,
not
and there's
anymore.
a sign. Sure, but let's say Laos. Let's say we're in an area where they.
No, I get what you're saying.
Presume for the hypothetical that no one in the area speaks English, right? Then all of a sudden a sign in English is not substantive enough to be a proper embordering because no one there knows what that sign is. They just go, okay, somebody put some random ass sign up, right? Let's assume people there don't, it's not common access to, the ability to instantly translate the sign or anything. And so as far as everyone is concerned, this isn't communicating because the problem isn't, are you attempting to communicate, right? The problem is your attempt to communicate sufficient as to be to no longer be conflict inducing? Is it sufficient to the point where other people in the region are capable of recognizing that you are claiming ownership of this property? And that's why a simple verbal decree isn't enough, or that's why a sign in another language. And that's why the classic example of a fence is so good, because a fence, it's kind of like, it's like a slap in the face. It doesn't matter what language you speak. A fence says, this is mine, right? Like I'm blocking you off. If the concept of property ownership is to be simplified as an individual has exclusive control, then an act of active exclusion, such as a fence or, a gun turret or a loud alarm that says step away from the property, right? Like an act and something that is actively excluding people from entering said property is kind of like the gold standard in this. But I think but there's a gray area is what I mean. There's a gray area where you may believe that you're properly communicating that this is your property and that you've homesteaded it, but that you haven't met the threshold as to be sufficiently communicating towards everyone else there that this is actually your property. And that's where I think the intersubjective nature of the communication of embordering is important discovery by Hoppe.
Can I just hop in on this point real quick? So I think there's also a question of burden of proof. And when it comes to this, if I'm the alien and I'm going into this alien environment, right, where I don't speak any of the languages, I don't know any of the people, I don't know any of the history, and I come across something like a public school where it's like, okay, well, maybe the state just collapsed 3 seconds ago and I can now come in and homestead this and there's no guardian, or perhaps there's already a guardian here, there's already somebody who's trying to homestead it, maybe there is no state involvement here. So I think the burden would be on me to prove that, in fact, no, this is abandoned, there is no guardian around. And I think that lines up with sort of what Kasimir is saying. And I think this is just
where's the line
based
on
the more.
I think I agree with you intuitively, but where is if we do the reductio, right? If I'm how far away from the region, how foreign to the culture must I be before the burden of proof? Like how do we define that I am a member of the community that understands the cultural practices? Right? Is that true of someone from Africa, or is that true of someone that lives simply one neighborhood away?
Yeah, my comment was going to address this as well, and thank you, Zula. This is a good joiner. It's not just communication. So it's not, because communication is just I own this. That's nothing. Many people, that's how conflicts are made. Both people point at the thing and say they own it. What we care about is who homesteaded it, meaning who started using it. And one form of use is surrounding it with a fence. And then the fence becomes the thing that identifies the inside from the outside and identifies that something inside is being reserved for some purpose.
Can you define usage in this example? Can you define usage or first user in this example? Because you're saying I used it, and then you said a way of using it is embordering it. I want to follow you.
I'm trying to say. So this is a very. I think it's a little bit of a difficult concept.
For sure, that's why I'm asking follow-up
questions. Because I believe that both conditions have to be met. So normally people understand that there is some concept that has one qualia, and once you flip it, it goes from A to B, or from A to not A, right? But here I believe you have a combination of two, and only if both are true, then you have something. If you're just talking about a thing that you own it to other people, you're just excluding them, quote unquote, with words, that's not what we understand as ownership. That it's just a claim. What you're supposed to be doing there.
I claim all public schools in the United States of America, so that when the state is dissolved, I am the appropriate owner of those schools. That's not enough.
That's not enough as an owner. Although we might discuss what it means if you're declaring guardianship, because that's a different role. But in terms of ownership, definitely not enough. Because
maybe
what it requires is a certain action. What exactly are you building? You're building objective means of exclusion. You're building, in my mind, the optimum means of exclusion is to surround some area with a sphere. Then it doesn't matter who you are, if you're an alien, if you're a different species, if you penetrate a sphere, you're going to destroy something that someone else created. And clearly you have evidence that that now you initiated a conflict. It's very, very much objective. It's right there. Now I don't have to modify. I can surround it with a sphere and then go away for 1,000 years. If the sphere somehow survives, and 1,000 years later it belongs to me, right? Or I might need to come back and maintain it so it doesn't deteriorate. But that's what we mean. That's the objective part of owning. It's to maintain and have a fence that is such that that's the maximum extent. Now we take shortcuts because of our nature as humans. So currently we don't generally fly around. We generally walk on the earth. And so generally a fence is enough to identify some area, but it's very vague about how high of a territory we can claim above that. And so now we can go possibly address your concern with air rights and stuff like that. So I don't really believe that those exist unless you, but you have strategies to deal with this. For example, you could build a tower, you could build a roof, you could fly balloons, and all of these things will signify something. They will at least, at the very minimum, signify that you own the balloon, that you own the tower, and people will have to physically avoid it, because if they destroy it, well, that's aggression. They can't, bump into it willy-nilly and destroy it. So you have all of these physical options already. But yes, if people suddenly all had jetpacks, the situation, and it was just completely normal thing to fly around, then the requirement for homesteading.
If we simplify it, would
a little bit.
Okay, if we simplify it, would it just be the attempt at exclusion? Be the second principle.
But it's not just communication. It's a combination of communication through an objectively recognizable action. So
an action of an attempt of exclusion. Could you would that is that? I don't think that's missing any principal elements, right? So number one is communication. Number two is an active attempt at exclusion. Now that active attempt.
No, but it's not you.
We're saying
you
no.
Okay,
go ahead.
It's not with your body you pushing somebody away. It's you with your body building something in reality. I don't believe that there is ownership without the construction part. But it's not a construction of.
What is the principal difference between putting a sign up that says "Don't come here," communicating "Don't come here," and then sitting there and going, "Hey, do not come here. I own this." Why must you build? What is the significant thing there? Because it feels like we're sneaking in Lockean homesteading, like mixing our body with labor or something.
Sure. Yes, we're not, but there is a partial truth to that concept, and we're keeping that while throwing away the garbage.
Okay, so what is that truth?
Idle work actually pointed me towards this in some of my other ideas. Is that the conflict is about a scarce resource. It's about a physical thing. So there can't be a conflict if there is no scarce resource.
Okay.
So if I just tell you that, let's say there's this forest behind me is owned by me, don't come in, and you look around and you see no fence, you see no evidence of me using it anyway. There's just me standing there trying to push you away. What exactly am I doing? What are what is the what is my use that will conflict with yours? I've done nothing with it, and you wait a while. I'm not doing anything with it. I'm not showing, like, even if I walk away, then basically there's not going to be any evidence left of what I own. So is it really there? And my claim is that not. It has to be, like, when I'm building a fence around something, that tells you, that communicates to you, whatever's inside, I have some future planned use for it. Why do you know that? Because there is the fence. You have to destroy or walk over or step over or fly over a fence. You see the fence. And that
hold on,
makes
don't let me
objective.
I don't want it to be so in order to be a first user, you have to use it in some capacity. And the way that you're defining usage here is some delineation of what it is that you are the first user of. And so if I'm using my body to exclude you, maybe that is sufficient. Maybe I disagree, right? If it's like this rock, and then I'm standing there and being like, nope, this is my rock. But if it's a forest, I haven't really properly communicated what it is that I'm the first user of, that I have some ownership of, right? And so the embordering via the fence delineates the boundaries. I can communicate that exclusion effectively.
I can fight even the rock analogy. So when I'm pushing you away, the only thing I'm excluding is from my own body, right? That's what I'm doing. That's the only objective thing you can recognize. Yes, he's excluding me with his body. He's possibly even forestalling me from, walking through. But it seems more like forestalling. Like, I'm using my body to exclude you from something that I don't actually have any intent to show that I own. Now, if I at least write my name if I approach the rock and write my name on it, or put my tag on it and say, tag, it's mine, I'm about to work with it, sort of find your own rock.
Well, I said
now.
It was two things, right? So two things would be communication. So let's assume my analogy is correct. There's a sign right next to the rock that says, this rock is mine. I've communicated the rock is mine, right? Now the exclusion, can the exclusion be done with my body, or must the exclusion be some other physical means?
Yeah, it can be done, I think, initially with your body, but the thing is that it's going to be in gray area realm, and you don't want to stay in a gray area. Meaning, if I walk away and it's raining and the rain will destroy my symbol on the rock, and I don't come back in a few days, and I come back in a few days and somebody else put a fence around it, and they will say, well, listen, buddy, you abandoned it. Then who's the judge going to believe? The person who built the fence, or the person who did something that was instantly destroyed and walked away?
I think you're baking something in, right? Which is, if my two options, or my two claims are exclusion by some means and communication by some means, of which the person understands both, right? You kind of baked in, well, weather came and took away the communication. Okay, well, yeah, of course, if the weather, an act of nature, right, comes in and destroys the communication, and there's no fence, right? Weather could come in and destroy a fence too, right? If the claim is you have to properly communicate and you have to exclude by some means, well, then I think it's sufficient to use your body insofar as your body is excluding something that can be adequately communicated. I don't think necessarily that the fence is so great because the fence is the physical exclusion. I think the fence is so great because it adequately communicates what it is that you are claiming ownership of, as well as is a means of exclusion. So it's kind of both in this. It's both categories in the same. In the same thing. That's why the fence is superior.
You have to imagine both formulas that are checked for truth. Is it communicating? True. Is it an actual thing in reality? True. And if either of those becomes false because of your neglect, well, neglect is abandonship. In my understanding, you would be communicating something else. You would be not communicating exclusion anymore. And so it is important. Maintenance is part of it. If nature came in and smashed your fence down, then you've stepped towards the gray area. And you work towards the idea that at a certain point, a homesteader might say, well, listen, how am I supposed to know what's going on here? You build a whole bunch of cheap fencing. You don't maintain it. You laid a lot of claims. but now you're used as
Idle work is
suspect
in
because
chat.
what,
Idle
what
work is in
exactly are you
chat.
doing?
Idle work is in chat and says it has nothing to do with communication. The communication isn't. I don't. I think I disagree. But idle work. If you want to DM me over Discord, I'll send you the link to the StreamYard. If you want to hop on and disagree, but I can only like engage with chat to a certain degree. And I think you're making good arguments that I would like to hear. So like, feel free to like DM me over Discord and I'll send you the link. But just know I'm not ignoring you. I'm just like, I can only do so much with like chat.
One last statement on this, on idle work. I just want to mark that this is a core disagreement that we have with like it's a core foundation disagreement that we have with idle work. So I'm not surprised, and I'm happy to have him possibly on. But yes, I know the core disagreement is there.
Yeah, can I jump in on this? Just in general, this principle of using your body to exclude someone from perhaps some area, like let's take the forest behind Kasimir there.
Right.
Yeah, the important part is whether your body is actually excluding people from that thing, and I don't think it is. You are excluding people from your standing room. That's what you literally do own. But if you're just running around and trying to prevent someone from getting into the forest, that literally is actually forestalling. And I can kind of highlight this with an example. Let's say instead, I just said, hear ye, to all you villagers, I own the moon. Okay, and then they're like, I don't think so. And they're starting walking to their rocket. And I'm like, no, I own the moon. Don't you dare step in that rocket. They're like, well, no, fuck off. I'm going to get into my rocket. No, don't. And then like they get into the rocket, and I like grab onto the fin to try and stop the rocket from taking off. It's like, okay, well, you know, I am physically preventing them from getting to the moon, unless they want to like blast me with like a bunch of rocket exhausts, I suppose. But I'm forestalling them from the moon because this kind of clarifies that actually no, I'm just operating upon like a verbal decree, and this is why, you know, if I fenced off the moon somehow, like I build like a planet-wide like force shield around the entire moon, it's like, okay, well, you know, that literally is performing some sort of exclusion against the moon. They literally can't.
Yeah,
land the
I think you're
rocket where they
right.
get
I think you're
torn
right.
up.
This argument, no offense, Kasimir, but I think LiquidZulu takes the cake on convincing me here. Yeah, I think you're right. Because like we've had this thing before, where you know people do these reductios where they're like, okay, let's say there's an island. Can you just put a sign on the island and now the island's yours? And it's like, or let's say you just put a sign on the moon says the whole moon is mine. Now the whole moon is yours. And it's like, well, I think we recognize intuitively that that's insufficient to claim the entire moon is to put one sign on the moon that says the moon is mine. But if you build a force field around the moon after you got to the moon, yeah, I think the moon is yours, right?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to sort out my camera there. It just got unplugged.
Hear me?
Well, we can hear you now.
Okay, so yeah, good thing that idle work is coming in. His comment is that I'm wrong about communication. It's about the mutual exclusivity of the actions. So if I have, basically to explain it, if I have a fence around the rock, then to use the rock, you have to destroy my fence. Thus, there is a mutually exclusive action. My fence can't exist and not exist. And so, okay, physical.
Think about it like this: you're. It's not about communicating that there will be a conflict. What you're doing by utilizing your property is you're pre-establishing the conflict with anybody who would have a means with your property that would be exclusive to your own ends with that property. So when you put up a sign, or when you say, I don't want anybody in this forest, you're saying, look, the way I'm using this forest is the serenity of that forest. So when you come into the forest, you should understand that you're creating a conflict with me. And that the communication part is secondary to the fact that you're doing something that pre-establishes that conflict. And it doesn't matter what the knowledge of that person has about your advertisement or what you've done with it. When they do some other action that's in contradiction with your own use, a conflict is created. And I think that there's like two realms that are important to keep in mind from my perspective. These two realms are always in mind, and I kind of see everything that's said through these two realms. There's something called the ethics, which is a set of rules, some set of rules. They could be objective, found in nature, or we could write them down and work on them together to see what a good system it is. But as soon as we have that list of rules, that list of rules creates an objective status for every action that's ever happened, ever will happen, whether anybody is around to see it, anything, right? It's a function. You plug an action into that set of rules, and that set of rules tells you whether that action is ethical or not. And so I think there is this objective side of things where you have a set of rules telling you whether actions are ethical or not, and then you have, you know, the sandbox where we live, where we're trying to use this ethics to get by. And I think that everything that isn't in those rules, that doesn't say whether you have objective ethical status or not, everything that comes after that is the application of ethics, right? Everything you try to do to advertise to other people that you own a certain thing and you have certain uses that you expect for it and so on is strategy on your behalf to avoid conflict, to promote, to tell. Communicating isn't something you shouldn't do. I'm saying it's the ethical status isn't dependent on that communication. If you don't want to get into conflicts, it's not enough just to own something. You gotta let everybody know, and you gotta let them know in a way that they'll understand. If an alien comes by, you can't strategically plan for all possible cases of conflict. And I think that that's where the problem comes in, where you try to take these epistemological and capability states of affairs, right? Just states of the world that the world happened to be in, and have those be parameters to the objective calculus of whether or not something is property, whether you have the objective right to something or not. Because think about the problem I just stated. You can't advertise for all potential conflicts that might arise around your property with respect to communicating to potential agents who would be criminal to your property. You could write in English and every language, and then an alien comes down and you have conflict anyway, because they don't understand even what a sign is supposed, what function it's supposed to perform. And so there's all of these agents out there with all of their different epistemological circumstances, all of their different capabilities that they could do. Maybe some can fly, some can teleport, some have free energy, whatever it is, right? What we're basically saying is the calculus for whether you own or something or not is dependent on all of these other variables, on the mind states and knowledge states and capability circumstances of all these different agents. You have to add up all those variables and compare them to what you've done. And then we can figure out whether or not you own something. I don't think that's quite right. I think everything past, you know, owning something, whatever we want to define homesteading as, whether it's just a mind state or some minimum standard of work or whatever it is, everything that comes after that objective standard is essentially I'm trying to use ethics to not only have an objective standard, but then also to get on with my life as a libertarian and not actually engage in conflict. It's not my goal in life to get into conflict with everybody and then have the satisfaction of proving that my property is actually mine. It's actually my actual means, so I'm trying to avoid conflict. And so that advertisement comes down to strategy. If you own something and you do no work to advertise that to others, then you will inevitably face conflict. And if you don't want to go to war, you're going to have to convince that person that you own the thing. If you've done no work, you might not be able to convince them. If you don't want to go to war, then this judgment is going to happen again in the mind of a judge. They're going to have the same exact information available, and so they're not going to be able to find you as the winner in the case. But that's different than whether or not you had objective status. So I want to like divorce what the ethics is from the whole infinitely large, complicated domain of applying those ethics in the real world when you have agents who are limited physical devices with limited epistemological cones and all these other matters, right?
You've said a lot, Idlework, right?
Right, yeah.
I feel like we gotta. I'm cool with it, but I don't want to lose you. Right?
No, you did the right thing.
Argument.
You did the right thing.
I have a quick question for you, Idlework, which I used to test this idea. So let's say we accept your idea. How do you treat this case? So,
by the way, I'm not saying I know what a great definition of homesteading is, given
Okay, all right, hold on.
this
Hold on.
observation.
Let him ask his.
No,
yeah.
I understand. So let me try to make a simple case. So there's a difficult case in my mind, which is somebody homesteaded, but they did nothing, and there's no way to discover it. So let's leave that aside and go with a much simpler case where somebody establishes, let's say, a hidden bunker under the ground, and the whole purpose of their hidden bunker is that it's not visible, and nobody knows, and then they just go away for many years, and they come back, and right on top of it, there is somebody else's homestead. He's like plowing the fields. He built a house, has a family there, and you come in and you say, well, my intention was that all of this land above the bunker, as evidenced by this bunker, was actually mine. So pack up and go away. How would this be judged within your system? Which part? I understand there's like a mixture here, right? Some of the claim is objective. Yeah, there's the bunker. Yeah, you own it. But then you did something on top of that. You set a limit of the surroundings. And the key part is that you did zero to communicate that, meaning there's no way. So I understand your idea is that, well, the strategy failed, and so now you have a conflict anyway, and so strategically it's bad, but ethically you might still own it. Is that the idea?
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not going to tell you what the rules are in the ethical system. I think that can be debated. We can do the work of trying to, let's say if we're natural law theorists, we can do more work to try to discover what are the rules in that list. Principally, if we assume there is some list of rules, right? Can we assume that there is some list of rules? So that list of rules is saying whether or not the guy had the objective status or not. Right? Whether or not the bunker was his property, whether the land was above it was his property. The ethics should tell us objectively whether that is the case or not, right? If we were God and we had all facts of the universe and we had the list of rules, we would be able to determine whether or not he had the property, the rights to that property. That's the point of the ethical system.
My point is that we have this concept, conflict avoidance, the definition of a conflict, which is there is a rivalrous, concrete, objective thing that could potentially be used in one way, could potentially be used in another way. Two agents cannot use it in contradictory manner at the same time, right? We all agree on that point.
I think I'm doing a poor job of asking what I'm trying to ask you. I'm just trying to get you to agree with me that we're on the same page, that there is some list of rules out there. There is an ethical system which objectively and is not ambiguous on the matter of whether or not the property is owned or not. Whatever that list is.
I'm going to there. I'm just trying to make sure that I build step by step so I don't get confused. I'm a very simple-minded person. I need structure. Sorry. So my structure is that we agree on this idea of conflict, and so we agree that ownership, the word, means like conflict avoidance.
You're missing my point. It's not about a particular ethical system. I'm not trying to get you to agree with a particular set of ethics. I'm trying to get you to agree on the principle of ethics itself, that there's a list of rules that comprise the ethical system, whatever it is.
No,
that ethical system objectively determines whether or not the status is granted or not.
Hold on. This
One
feels like
moment.
Sorry. I'm letting you. I have a question.
You me.
Yeah, I did. Yes, correct.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So
frustrating. Where's the end? Where's the end operand in the formulas?
Yeah, this isn't the Kaz show. I have a question as well. My issue is if we claim that, okay, there is some ethics that then can determine whether or not you objectively own the property, are those things then in conflict with your conception? Because if you're claiming that the secret bunker with no communication makes you the objective owner of that property, and then there's an ethical framework that can take away that ownership of property because of the ethics, then your claim is that ownership is based not on homesteading not on natural law, but on an ethical framework that is laid on top of that, which creates conflict in the ethical system itself, and thus becomes contradictory to what is ethics.
Okay, can I just hop in on that?
Are you talking to me?
Misunderstanding.
Yes, IDleWork, I was, but LiquidZulu, you can go, and then
Yeah,
can respond.
I just want to perhaps clarify what IDleWork is asking, because he's not specifically talking about any particular ethical system which would say that, in fact, he does own this bunker. He's just asking more fundamentally, is there a set of rules which would indeed tell us yes or no whether he owns this bunker?
Right, but they can't. Yes, but my problem is that if that set of rules was to conflict with ownership from natural law, then they would be invalid.
Natural law would be an example of a system like this.
No, sure, we are. I think
natural law is an example of a set of rules that, if it doesn't matter if everybody agrees on those rules, as an object, as just, even if you just stumbled across it on the ground, like, oh, here's a list of rules. That list of rules would, given any action, past or future, tell you whether or not that action was legal or illegal according to those rules. This is just an abstract philosophical thing.
That's self-referencing, though.
No,
because plenty of systems of quote-unquote ethics might be unjustifiable. Like,
it doesn't matter whether the rules can be justified.
Okay, well now then the question doesn't matter, because now we're just getting into nonsense. Like, we're trying to establish.
It does matter. I understand what he's saying. I was about to answer it, but he interrupted me twice on the way there because he thinks I'm not. I'm not dodging. I'm building towards it so that everybody can understand, myself as well. I believe that the answer is a solid yes.
Nice.
So, and my answer is that the fact that communication is intersubjective is irrelevant. Meaning, when I say that communication has to be part of that function, with like an and sign, where there's some one type of action and then another type of action, and they're connected with an and sign. There are two functions that you plugged all the variables in, and then you get an answer, and both functions have to return true. I don't care whether the language is intersubjective. If you failed to homestead against aliens, that's your failure, and that means that your homestead was incomplete. You take the risk of being incomplete. You take the risk, or you take a wager that you never have to encounter.
I fundamentally, I agree with you on that point. I think
so. This is why I said that earlier in the conversation, it's not for nothing that I said that the perfect homestead in bordering has to be a sphere, because it both is and communicates to everybody, because the way to cross that sphere is to destroy it.
It doesn't communicate that it's not the perfect homestead, because the owner of that sphere might actually have the intended use that people penetrate it. It might be his fetish. We don't know the intentions of an agent just because of the actions they take. Here's the point I was trying to get at. If we agree,
wait, no, don't dodge that point.
I'm not dodging.
That's very important. That's very important. How? Now you said that this doesn't matter. This is not the perfect example, because extra communication is required to do what? To undo.
I didn't say any extra communication. I'm saying any communication may be not correlated to the mind state of the agent.
I don't care. No, you said something incorrect. You said the whim of the owner is important, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the whim of the owner is not important. If the owner wants the sphere to be penetrated secretly and doesn't communicate it to anyone, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't affect the ownership status.
It doesn't affect the play out of conflict, is my point. I agree with you on what actually happens, what people would do, what their motivations would be. I actually agree with you all on that. Can I try to make my more fundamental point? I get that you were making a point.
If I penetrate the sphere, objectively destroying it, and then the person inside says, I wanted that to happen. How do you evaluate that? Because
no conflict happened.
Sorry?
No conflict took place.
No conflict took place, or conflict did take place.
No conflict took place, because the only thing that's defined as conflict is mutually exclusive uses over property. That's the only thing that conflict means. It doesn't mean a disagreement. It doesn't mean a confusion. It doesn't mean I thought one thing and you thought another thing. It doesn't mean any of those things. It means strictly that I had an intended use for my property, and you tried to use my property for something that is logically mutually exclusive over it. And that's why IPEEP doesn't make any sense. I know that you were trying to make an argument, and I heard that argument, and your argument made me think, oh, there's a more fundamental issue here that I want to describe. And you can even, once you hear it, you can say like, no, that actually ultimately didn't make sense. The point about there being a rules, the point of there being a rule system, and that rule system's ethical status being purely a function of the facts of the matter and the rules that are in that system. Okay, so that's what I was trying to get you to agree on. That's how ethical systems work. That's their ontological nature. Their list of
Never
rules.
claimed otherwise.
I know. We came to agreement on that. So now that we have an agreement on that, my next point was going to be, we as agents trying to apply ethics, if the objective status is a function of A, the rules in the system, and B, all of the facts of the matter. My point was going to be, as agents, we don't always have all the epistemological facts of the matter. And often, even if we do have all the facts, we don't know that we have the facts. If we don't have the facts, we might not know we don't have all the facts, and so on. We don't even have full epistemological access to the facts about our epistemological access to the facts. So it's a very difficult state of affairs to be an agent in this universe. Okay, so given that we don't have all of those facts, my point is the status cannot be a function of everyone else's mind state. It cannot be a function of everyone else's capability. It cannot be a function of what you did with respect to all of those parameters, right? Because essentially, the status of whether I own something is constantly changing based on what people know and what their motivations are, like what they want to do with things, right? My status over my property is constantly fluctuating based on what other people know, want, and can do. And I think that's problematic. Now, I don't think that none of that matters. I think all of that matters. I think what other people know, what other people are capable of, and all of that stuff comes down to whether or not the ethics will actually be tried, whether a conflict will actually take place.
There's a bit of a bait and switch here, and I don't know if you're doing it on purpose. I don't think poorly enough of you to think that you're doing it on purpose, right? My issue is like, if we take a rock, right, and then I use that rock, and it's my pet rock, and I paint the pet rock, and then I say this is my rock to myself, and then I just leave that there, right, and I don't communicate to anyone that this is my rock. I completely forestall. Or sorry, not forestall, the opposite of forestall. Abandon the rock, right? You might, but let's say in my mind, I haven't abandoned the rock. In my mind, I think fondly of this rock from time to time, right? You're saying the problem is it seems like you're working under two domains where there is both conflict and not conflict based upon the ethical framework of whether or not that rock is mine, right? And so it's like, what we're saying is if there is conflict or contradiction between the ethics and the, objective nature of whether or not the rock is mine as a first user, because in my mind, I think fondly of the rock that I left somewhere, that this is that, and you're saying, well, okay, I get that it's a problem. I get that, et cetera, et cetera. What we're saying is that's not conflict. I've abandoned the rock if I'm not communicating or excluding in any attempt of people not to use that rock.
You can exclude at any moment. You don't have to pre-exclude, and in fact, you can exclude the moment someone is trying to use your rock. Okay,
right? But now you're inviting conflict. If you were not excluding people,
that's a strategic matter. You can understand ethics while still being.
No, you're literally destroying the concept of ethics by saying that I'm the objective owner. I will not communicate that. I will allow people to come into conflict with my presumably owned property, and then at a later date, I can reclaim that property despite there being no attempted exclusion or communication whatsoever.
You can try to do that, but just like the issue where there is
that's conflict-inducing which is
behavior
contradictory
on
to
the
what ethics itself is. So
No,
what you are
the
arguing
person
for is the
no.
destruction of ethics.
No, listen, it's all epistemological. If that person claims ownership status, paints the rock, and then leaves it there, right, and goes away for a while. As another example, let's say they have a locker on the moon, and then they fly light years away, so they won't be back for a really long time, but they still consider that locker to be theirs. All intents and purposes, it looks abandoned, right? The problem is not whether or not you advertise something, it's whether or not the conflict actually takes place. If someone understands ethics and then they do no work to apply that ethics practically in the real world by advertising their ownership and all of these things, they will have conflict. That's the strategy that they're taking. They're not avoiding conflict in the sense that just because they have the ethical status,
then they're no longer in the domain of ethics.
Therefore,
if they're not avoiding conflict,
please let me finish. They're not avoiding ethics simply, or avoiding conflicts simply by having the objective ethical status that nobody knows about, right? They have the objective ethical status so that if they want to, they can make the evidentiary case that they do have that objective status.
Can I ask you?
They might not have the evidence because they never.
Very simple question.
None,
because I think maybe this gets to the heart. Can an ethical framework be considered a justifiable ethical framework if it is conflict-inducing?
It's not conflict-inducing. It is just the behavior of that agent which created the conflict. He has the objective status. He didn't tell anybody. Why wouldn't anybody come and try to use the rock?
It is conflict
because he didn't tell anybody to not use it, and so
it is conflict-inducing.
No, it's not conflict-inducing. It's if let's say that he had secret evidence, right, that nobody knew about, that nobody could see ahead of time, and then a conflict was created, and he said, actually, here's the secret document that proves, even though you looked, you did all of your best investigation, you looked, you asked everybody, you did all of your best investigation to find out whether or not I own this rock, you concluded that I didn't own the rock, and so then you tried to use the rock, and here we are in a conflict because I'm asserting my property right.
Because you've induced conflict.
No, he induced conflict.
No, you have induced conflict, right? By creating.
I own the
Don't
rock.
just say no.
I own
stop.
the rock.
Stop.
According to the ethical standard, I own the rock.
Here's the problem. If your ethical standard is that you can have secret ownership of property, and then newcomers, right, or second users arrive at this property, and they have no means of determining whether or not property is owned or unowned, then that means that people will constantly create layers of ownership of property on top of each other. Hold on. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Right? What you have created is you've created an ethical system of inaction. Man can no longer act because he cannot meaningfully know whether or not he has created conflict or not created conflict, and this leads to an ethical system of
objective standard.
No, you just said it's secret property that they can't discover whether or not that property is owned. Don't holy shit me and interrupt. No. You are creating a conflict-inducing system by making it to where the individual has no concept of whether or not they are engaged in conflict or not. And what this does is this creates and invites conflict. If I have no means, right? If ethical systems are a system that determines how man ought act, and I have no means of understanding how I ought act because I have no reliable means of knowing whether or not I'm creating conflict or not, then you have created a self-defeating ethical framework in which man has no...
All action wagers on whether or not you're about to commit something ethical or a crime because you do not have principled, unfettered epistemologic.
But the domain of ethics is the attempt to reduce this.
That is the application of ethics. Ethics simply says if you do X, Y, and Z, then your action was moral or ethical. If any of those conditions fail, then it's unethical. This is
why I asked you the question: can ethical systems be conflict-inducing? And you ran for it.
It's not conflict-inducing because
no, that wasn't the question. Can it or can it not? Can a system of ethics be conflict-inducing?
It cannot be conflict-inducing. It cannot.
Yeah, we both agree on that.
So we agree on
that. That's not the gotcha, Scott. The gotcha is whether there's whim worship in that.
No, in the application of any ethic.
of consciousness baked in any of
if
this
you have
part.
if you have a set of rules that tells you whether or not some action is ethical or not, then it cannot create conflict, because if given enough information, then the people involved would be able to determine who is the rightful owner or the rightful actor. Just because that information is not currently available, wasn't made available, has nothing to do with the objective status. It has everything to do with conflict resolution, conflict avoidance.
So
if a different agent under, hold on, if a different agent under the same same system did all of the extra work to advertise that they did have that status, they had the evidence available, then they could show the other agent, look, here's all the evidence that I had, and they would be able to, both of those agents, their conclusions would be able to come closer in correlation with what the objective ethical status says. The epistemological situation in the real world is disjunct from what the ethical system says. There's always going to be an infinite number of cases out in the world, agents, what their norms are, their intelligence.
You're repeating yourself. Let me respond
Zulu's
already.
just farming aura in the corner, and I love it. He's just giving me free numbers by being on the screen.
Maybe he doesn't understand. I understand this. And this is why when you interrupted me, when you tried to explain the sphere to you, and you just glossed over it and tried to skip over it, you were dead wrong. You didn't understand why I came up with this idea, why the sphere is the limit. And when you skipped over it, you did this verbal shuffle around it. You quickly shushed it away, but you should open your mind.
All I pointed out is that it was not necessarily a conflict, because it may not be a penetrating the sphere may not be.
And
a
now you have
exclusive.
to think about this. Now I want you to pause. Let's relax, and now let's get back to it.
I agree.
Let's get back to it. To that sphere, and understand why the sphere proves you wrong. Okay? Because. This is how it's supposed to work. If I create a sphere of any material, right, then I am communicating that whatever is inside is mine, and the sphere is mine.
That's
it belongs
not necessarily what you're communicating.
Oh, you're interrupting again. You're interrupting, and you need to
Casimir,
think.
relax.
You need to open your mind.
Casimir.
There's a reason why I'm saying this.
Casimir, shush. You need to calm down. Idle work. Let him get this point. Let him make his full argument. Casimir, make your full argument. All right. Let's go. Casimir, uninterrupted. Go.
So the sphere objectively exists. Okay? In order to destroy it, so this is how it works from my perspective of a latecomer. I see something, and then I destroy it. I penetrate it. Okay? From my perspective, there's a question of what was my intent there. And if my intent was to destroy something made by someone else, then I've initiated a conflict, and this shuffle about whatever the defender thinks or didn't think, invite or didn't invite, is like irrelevant. If they were welcoming that intrusion but didn't communicate it properly, then what they're doing is they're saying
can you mute yourself? We can hear you typing.
No, it's fine. It's fine. After the fact, I'm changing after the fact what actually happened, and I'm saying, I don't want anything in return. I'm fine with what occurred. That's different from saying that nothing happened. Now, what you're doing with the painted rock is that you're saying that I own it, but ownership in my mind implies, and this is objective. It implies both and communication and use. You've demonstrated some kind of use, but you've demonstrated zero communication that you're excluding from it. Maybe you like to paint rocks and just throw them away, abandon them immediately. Maybe not. It cannot stop my actions with that rock and with my body. It cannot stop my homestead without telling me that I'm about to engage in a conflict with you. And if you fail to communicate that because we're aliens, that's your problem. That's not my problem as the homesteader, as the latecomer. You failed then, objectively failed, to reach my mind and to say, don't do this. And you might say the words intersubjective, whatever, communication, doesn't matter. That's the wager is there on both sides. If I don't make it universally known that I own this, and I don't maintain it, and I don't translate it, then objectively I don't own it. And if I take a wager of not building a sphere, but building like a chalk circle, and somebody from another country simply walks over it, I made the bad wager. It's my fault, not the latecomer's fault. It's my fault that I didn't make something perfectly excluding. Because I wager that most people can't fly, that most people, because I have some local community rule or something, my wager is that it's enough. But from the other person's perspective, there's no conflict. They didn't initiate anything. There's no mens rea. I can't ask them anything in return. How am I going to punish them when they have no criminal intent that can be demonstrated? Now, if they have to destroy something on the way from reaching from point A to point B, and they destroy that exclusion, they ignore it, then there it is. So that's objective. That's part of an objective system. I'm not saying that it's based on communication, meaning I own it, but if aliens come in, I don't own it. I'm saying that if aliens come in and don't understand it, and then I failed, and the aliens just demonstrate that I failed. And that's the wager that we're taking. And we're mostly fine with that. But we should recognize that part. That's where it becomes intersubjective and all of those things. It's not, and you're saying that makes it epistemically, like that makes it like uncertain. I don't believe so. I think the actions that we're undertaking are real actions.
Can I respond?
And sure.
All right. So I wrote a few things down here. First, with the sphere, penetrating the sphere may not be conflict. The sphere could be there for literally any reason, including having random passerbys come and poke holes into it. Spheres do not necessarily communicate anything in particular. Communication is a convention between agents. Okay, when you create a sphere around something for a certain culture, that could mean, oh, this is everyone's welcome to come. Communication is a lot harder than you think. I think this is not a dig at all. This is an invitation, and I think that a lot of good could come from people in this space just spending some time reading what's been said about the philosophy of language. You don't have to become a full-blown postmodernist to understand that communication is not this objective thing. Now, you've sort of already admitted that, right? Because the aliens might come down, they might not know what the sphere means or the fence or the sign or whatever. What you're basically saying is that the perfect exclusion is not possible because it's essentially unbounded. The range of agents that we might encounter, especially if we're including alien, is essentially unbounded. So the different forms of communication and so on that you would need to provide the perfect exclusion is essentially unbounded. Therefore, you would have to do an infinite amount of work to actually homestead something and become the true possessor of it, not just the practical possessor of it. So I don't think that is the right way to go about it. I don't think for everything that we own, we need to use it such as that we pre-communicate to any possible exclusion under any possible modality of interpretation. I think that is just completely metaphysically untenable. It's far, it makes, here's the crux of what I'm saying. I won't repeat everything I said. Here's just the takeaway of what I'm saying. I think that all action wagers on whether or not that action will be ethical or not. You can have very high confidence. You can have completely reasonable, high confidence to where everybody who's ever going to judge you will go, yeah, you were reasonable in that sense. But the philosophers will always be there to remind, if we actually care to have that conversation, that you don't have perfect epistemological access to all the facts. Everybody may agree that we have all of the facts, and they could all be wrong with respect to the objective ethics on what the case is. So there's this real problem that while we can have high confidences, we can't know for sure. And we can know things for sure, but we can't know that we know everything that would apply. So there's just these sort of problems with the nature of communication, the unbounded obligation put on people in order to own property and so on. Here's what I think. I think all action wagers, when you come up to a locker on the moon and it's dusty, no one's around, it sure looks abandoned, right? But maybe space travel takes longer than you're used to. Okay, so you don't have all of the facts. When you go and use that locker, you wager on the facts. You wager on the ethical status of that action. It may be legal, and you may not have no problem. It may be illegal, and you might have a problem. It may be illegal, and you might not have any problem, right? Because the guy never comes back. No conflict is ever created. But all of that calculus that's happening at the locker, none of that has to do with whether or not the action, as per the rules stated in the ethics, give it a thumbs up or thumbs down. That's all I've been saying, essentially. There's this disconnect between the objective status and what all of the facts that would go into that function are, and the agents on the ground, what they know.
So I think there's two things. Let's separate this into two domains, right? I think maybe what we're trying to do is separate and combine by, like, you know, at one moment and another, we keep separating, combining these two things. Let's separate them and say that there are two things, right? There's one, are you or are you not the first user of something in reality, right? That is the first thing. I think Idlework, I think you're basing your argument solely upon that. Are you the first user that has the right? And the moment that someone attempts to become a second comer, they're violating your right as the first user of this property.
It's
Is that
really
a steel
important.
man?
I don't think I have a good theory of libertarianism. Okay, I don't think I have the natural law in my pocket. I'm making a more general observation about the relationship between systems of ethics and how they're applied in the real world. Based on very specific constraints.
Now you're just okay. Well,
that's all I meant.
That's of no help to us conversing. If I'm trying to get clarification, if I'm trying to get a clarification of basic concepts, and you say, "Oh well, you know, I have no thing or whatever. I just have subversion," then like it's no different than talking to a communist or some other socialist.
No,
it's just subverting the conversation.
What I'm trying to say is if you try to entangle the epistemology of agents into your ethical rule set that is supposed to give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down on property or ethics, you're going to have the problems that I'm pointing out. That's really all I'm saying. And that might even be our only choice, right? This might be our only way forward, is there's no other alternative. The alternative that I'm proposing, where we kind of have the same system, but the division is placed, we're making that division between the system and how it gets applied and all the problems that come with applying it. Maybe that's not the right line to draw or whatever. I'm just saying, if you integrate the epistemology of agents into this system, you're going to have the problems that I'm pointing out. That's all. Maybe we're
okay. I want to respond to these problems. I don't have a problem in engaging like Scott. I'm tracking the flow. Okay, I believe communication is
under the bus. Like, what the fuck?
Because you stepped in. You stepped in. It's called friendly fire. I'm about to fire back, and you like poked your head right as the MG was warming up. Your problem. Sorry, you were seeing.
I never said I don't have a problem.
I know it's your property, but this is how friendly fire works. You know, we say 3, 2, 1 ready, and then one head pops in and gets headshot. Another one.
That's not how friendly fire works.
Well, that teamwork. Okay.
No,
fine.
I have a different argument as to why this is nonsense. But I'm letting you speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's your property, so you get the ownership. Okay, I highly disagree with this idea that communication is some divergent thing where we're bound to not understand each other, and that aliens are like so alien that
we're not bound to understand each other.
Right. So I believe that communication is highly convergent, that the postmodernists are charlatans in the way they present the evidence. Once you analyze the evidence that they present for divergence, and you look a little bit deeper, it's evidence for convergence, and they're just lying about it. Every single case, every single example I've ever witnessed to support divergence in language supports convergence in language and pisses me off. Okay, so first of all, I disagree with that. It's a separate debate we can have. I believe, so I was going to make a stronger statement. There is an objective universal language between all rational species in the universe. First of all, we discovered parts of it already, and the goal is to discover the ultimate version of it. And the fact that we haven't yet, well, that's our problem. It's not the problem of anyone else.
It creates the problems I mentioned.
But the postmodernists claim that the problem is insolvable, and I tell them to.
There you go. You're unmuted.
Yes.
Apparently, I wasn't properly excluding to prove my ownership over the StreamYard. I was only making the claim. So to showcase my ability to exclude, I was just muting because I have the ability to do so. Please continue.
Very good. Very good. Objective demonstration.
An objective demonstration of the concept of both communication and exclusion. There we go. We can both understand.
If you mute the alien, then they can't objectively can't speak, and so it doesn't matter what they say.
I've
right?
excluded them. Exactly. You got
universal communication right there. So I think that if there's a group of aliens that we imagine that believe that when you encounter an artificial object that says to you that it's impossible to be created in nature randomly, on the chance of it is very low, and their ethics are that you have to poke holes in it immediately without investigating and without asking for permission, then my theory is that those aliens are Platonists and we shouldn't care about them. Okay? Because Aristotelian aliens would say, well, I have to investigate and ask permission if I encounter an artificial object that doesn't allow me to get inside without destroying it.
Yeah,
so,
let's assume the force
I
field
believe
sphere.
that still works.
Let's assume the force field sphere is one that destroys or pushes back all material. It doesn't matter what it is. If it is a part of material reality, it pushes it back. The only means of crossing the threshold is to either intentionally destroy it or to not exist in material reality. This is the force
fun challenge. It's a fun challenge to the public to see it. You know, it's trivial. It is literally, you could put up any object and I can give you trivially access why it's there. It's no challenge at all. I mean, this is the challenge.
Yeah.
This is the challenge I'm pointing out.
You're saying that there could be such a society where the opposites are true.
I'm not saying there's any norm. I'm saying the norm is missing. The guy is putting it out there for any reason whatsoever. Any potential agent type is free to come to it and interpret it any way they want. There's no universal.
I disagree that there's wide interpretation of this.
Unless you've already taught somebody a language, a universal language, or otherwise, then there's no held standard convention.
No, you're adding an addendum. You're adding an addendum, right? You're adding an addendum. The original force field is communicating exclusion. Because it excludes. It actively excludes.
That's maybe it's communicating a challenge for you to try to get in.
No, it's not.
No, yes, exactly. One moment. If this is what your belief is, and you're flying in space and you're an alien exploring the universe, then you are likely you have a false belief. I do understand that there are aggressors. And there are people that are natural aggressors, like predators. And when they see prey or they see something that's not them, their instinct is to destroy, is to penetrate, is to catch it.
Has nothing to do with that.
New example. The new example is this. There is an alien species that exists out there, and they are, let's say, alien versus predator type people, right? And they are from a warrior-hunter culture. And it is their belief that if you have any level of exposed skin, any level, right? That is to say your head isn't fully covered, your eyes aren't fully covered, you're not wearing gloves, right? That this is an invitation to see that who is the better warrior. So they come to Earth and they kill everyone. And then yours is like, well, I mean, it's not really a conflict, but like maybe in their culture, they believe that you can kill whatever has exposed skin. Right? Like, no, that's clearly an aggressive act.
Let's address all cases at once. Okay. Why does communication ever work at all? Like, what is the mechanism that allows communication? A speaker has some thought.
Consciousness.
And they enunciate some sort of encoded thing in the world, whether it's speech or signage or whatever, a dance, whatever it is.
You're wrong from the start. Why do we let you proceed? No, not hold on. You're wrong. Start from the start. The speaker is not the start. Reject that completely. The start is existence. Start from there. The speaker is made inside existence, correct? So the speaker is not some
I'm literally,
arbitrary
you're yelling at me. I'm
anomaly.
literally headed to your point. So please don't interrupt me like you yell. This is the first time I'm yelling. Just shut the fuck up for like 5 seconds and let me make your point. I'm trying to build the bridge. I'm not here to just fucking argue and diminish libertarianism. I love libertarianism. I love philosophy. I just want to be right. I'm just positing things to you. I'm not attacking you personally. Please just calm down. So the question is, why does communication ever work in the first place? Do you have an
because existence exists, because one moment it has a fixed set of rules, and those rules imply a convergence towards something.
Then why does communication sometimes not work if we all share this universality?
Because people evade reality.
So they're just liars.
They lie to themselves constantly.
Here's the real answer.
And they have
because we have a hierarchy of.
I'm answering. The answer was 2 sentences, not half. 2 sentences, because they evade reality, and because when they were born, other evaders taught them how to evade reality, and so that's why there is a failure to communicate fundamentally. But if we have communication between 2 species that don't evade reality, then convergence comes really quickly. It starts with math and then it goes like
Convergence
that
is something
from
that
there.
can happen. I totally agree with that. But why is there a divergence in the first place? Are we just assuming deceit all the way down? It's something much more simple than that.
Because people evade.
With it's not evasion. Okay, you could have the best of intents. You could be trying to discover the truth and get it wrong anyway. That happens all the time. Now,
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. Of course it
No,
does.
no, it doesn't. If you see an artificial object,
you may
and
not
you
even
can-
know that you're wrong. Okay, so moving on. Here's why communication actually works ever. It's because there is some sort of shared intersubjectivity. Why are we able? Why do we think that we might be able to communicate with aliens or even more aliens at some point? Why would we agree that that's possible? It's going to be because as objects in this universe, right? We are in a hierarchy of ontology. Most narrowly, I'm idlework. More generally, I'm a human and a mammal. I'm an earthbound creature. I'm made of carbon. I have entropic decay and so on. There's all of these sort of hierarchical truths that apply to me that if you go all the way up to the top, right, we all exist, then sure, I do share that in common with some far, far off alien. However, I'm going to be different than that alien in other respects. Now, when we encounter all these, there's going to be all this different arrays of agents out there. And essentially what we're saying is because we're all in the same universe, theoretically, no matter what kind of agent, you could work towards an understanding, which I totally agree. But that's
no, I disagree.
You couldn't work towards understanding with all agents.
No, I disagree with the part that you
understand
said. No, I disagree with the part you said right before that. Can you repeat it?
I'm not sure which
is you said that there's aliens and they're going to be different from us, and I'm saying no, I don't believe that they're different from us. I'm saying that the universe, in order to have the capacity,
I'm agreeing with that point. That fundamentally, we all face the same physics. We face the same logic.
And
we face the same numbers.
People don't understand the consequences of this.
Casimir, as you get more mad, you have to turn down your gain a little bit more so that you don't.
And also, I'm literally trying to build the bridge that you're saying. I'm just making the distinction that in real time,
but you're saying thing I disagree with, and I have to, and like if
you don't start off understanding other aliens, much less other people. Okay, there has to be a process through which those agents go through.
But I disagree with your statement that the difference is significant. I don't think the difference
is significant such that communication is impossible until it's addressed.
Perhaps, but there are levels to it. For example, I do believe
the more remote you are ontologically, the more work.
The more no, this is a bad simplification. Less work.
That makes no sense.
The farther you're, I'll explain. Then let me explain. It's less work. So this is the assumption, just to understand it. In order to close the distance in the first place, because let me give you an example of the distance you talk about. Let's say that I step into a relativistic rocket and go into cryo. In 1,000 years, I emerge on top of a planet, and there's aliens there that I can't communicate with. What do we call them? The biggest wager, the most likely wager, is that they're animals, meaning that I've encountered a species that just hasn't developed yet. They don't have a language. I don't find any evidence for that. The distance, therefore, played a bad game against me. Okay. However, if I encounter another spaceship in space, the distance just shrunk to nothing. It shrunk to nothing. There's going to be no distinction because the evolutionary requirement to get here is not a widespread path with many possibilities like some people claim. It's in fact a very narrow path that narrows with every step. It's a very narrow, thin, low probability branch that doesn't. And then when you talk about this, on top of this, the philosophy that is part of the metaphysics, the philosophy that actually explains things, the philosophy that makes space travel possible without regression, then the person who, after doing all of that and reaching to you, there's going to be only two modes possible, which LiquidZulu pointed to in his prior hypothetical. Either you are capable to communicate with them, and it's very fast and very simple, and you have a peaceful interaction, or you've arrived at a time when they regressed back to some stage where they are aggressive like animals. And then the reason you can't communicate with them is because you're not supposed to communicate with them. You're supposed to just kill them. That's the only reason. If they regress,
pets, you know.
Exactly, is you're supposed to subjugate them. So to me, if two spaceships exists and they see my spaceship and they believe that the proper way to communicate is to penetrate my spaceship, penetrate my sphere destructively,
Can I clean this up?
Then I don't believe there are options to what's happening here. I believe that they know exactly what they're doing.
I think I would clean this up by just simply saying this, right? Which is that failures of communication stem from a failure of the attempt a failure of communication stems from a failure to be completely aligned with reality. Right? The more aligned with reality you are, the less failures in communication occur. And this could be either intentional or unintentional. It does not matter whether or not the person wants to be, it could be like I think Zulu said, negligence or evasion, right? Both of these stem to the same thing. There is a disconnect from reality and versus as a rational actor, as a rational being. And if you are a supreme rational being, to such a degree that your society has, developed interstellar travel, you are far more likely to understand reality. And the reality is that a force field that ejects all materia in the universe is communicating in and of itself a form of exclusion by actively excluding. Now, it could be true that there's an individual there that does think, oh, this is a fun game. It could be true that the person does think that like this is a challenge for someone else, right? And it is up to the alien to investigate further or to penetrate the action of the force field. And by actively penetrating, then they're engaging in anti-reality. They are going against the concept of exclusion and assuming that that the person either, has no rights, or assuming that the person wants them to do something. The communication comes in, the lack of the failure in communication comes from a lack of being convergent upon what is actual reality. And the further we go towards evolution, statistically, we are going to converging it closer and closer towards a libertarian ethical framework because it is derived from natural law. At least that is my
There's
belief.
one thing I forgot, which is like mind-blowing how I can forget a key point. There is a hierarchy in communication. Obviously, poetry is off the table initially. I understand. I agree on that part. But there's going to be a few simple things that are going to be like instantly, that not just are going to be pre-known by both sides. My claim is not poking at each other and not destroying each other's stuff, is on such a low level that it's like lower level than anything else required to make first content by a long shot. It is understandable between all the alien tribes on Earth instantly. They know that the way the divergence occurs is that they don't consider you. They're like not moral agents themselves. They don't have a conception of ethics, or they believe that you are like a type of an alien on like a primitive level. So that can occur, but that's below the threshold required for ethical analysis, period. That fails for other reasons. If somebody is making... Law isn't supposed to teach a savage how to behave. I'm sorry, that's not the purpose for it. Or like ethics, they don't apply to that. We have to remember that they apply to a certain... we're not trying to convince like a tiger of the non-aggression principle. The tiger doesn't care, he just wants to feed... Is his stomach empty? Yes or no, right? It's very simple. Do I have a loaded shotgun with enough of a caliber? Yes or no. Very simple interaction. And so the baseline communication is impossible, even though we're aliens, sort of. But with an alien that is an ethical agent, the baseline is very simple. So I don't understand how you're saying that we could have a misunderstanding about the baseline there. To me, that is the... I know I'm appealing to here, like maybe this is a fallacy. Appeal to claiming that your claim is ridiculous, right? But I think this is what's being done here, sort of. We're assuming that on baseline there will be divergence, where all of our evidence shows something to the contrary.
Yeah, if we keep arguing, I'm just going to start talking about dolphin law, boys.
No, this
it
was
is
good.
my belief. It
I'm
is
sorry
my belief. Like we've reached an end point where we can move forward now. Okay, maybe we'll never agree idlework, but I super appreciate you coming on and giving.
I agree with what he said, though. I wasn't disagreeing with that.
All I'm going to say is that dolphins may or may not be rational actors, though we fail to be able to breach the gap in communication. And so it is my belief that we ought not aggress upon dolphins under the slim chance that they are indeed rational moral actors. Okay, they have showcased more than any other species. I'm a hippie for dolphins. This is dolphin law, boys. All right. They have showcased.
Save me the flipper, all right?
There's research that has shown that dolphins are able to create games independent of each other, and then when given the task to create a game, they can with each other. They can then communicate in some form to create a new game to showcase the game that they are playing to another human, and that to me is sufficient to assume that there is at least some possibility that dolphins are actually moral actors. Many of whom are rapists, many of whom are aggressive as fuck, all right? Very low IQ moral actors, all right? But until they aggress upon me, we cannot aggress upon them. This is dolphin law. We are for dolphin law here, boys.
I have a joke. It might be
dolphin
too
lives
racist.
matter.
Let me DM this to you because this joke might be too racist.
It's not too racist for me, but it might be too racist for you to showcase in the UK.
That's the thing. Okay, so that's...
okay, when we say dolphin law, really what we mean is whale, of which some species of dolphin are a category. All I'm saying is that it is possible, not perfectly knowable as of right now, but possible that the Faroe Islands are actually committing genocide every year.
So my thing with any sort of these, did you like that one?
Yeah, it might be too much for the UK. What is it, the Online Communications Act?
So my thing with any of these like animal studies, I've just seen this happen way too many times, where they claim like, oh, this gorilla, it's able to talk, and then you look into the study, it's like, no, it fucking can't. Or it's like, this chimp can talk. It's like, no, it fucking can't.
Yeah. Well, they do like
the way too many times for me to just take on faith from these fucking retarded animal researchers.
I need an anarcho-capitalist based marine biologist to conduct the study, and then I'll know for sure. right? But like as of right now, I am recalcitrant to kill or attack a dolphin under the possibility that they may or may not be rational moral actors.
Mhm.
That there's
Okay, I
no
mean-
evidence to suggest this with any primates other than Homo sapiens sapien, but that there is evidence, though limited, for some categories of whale, which includes like I think orca, a couple other ones, and dolphins, and some
Yeah, I mean,
species of dolphins.
Before we go too much further, just
sorry, you go.
give me 1 second. I want to apologize to Idlework, who was, very positively engaging, and I interrupted him several times. It's my deficiency. I really wanted to engage, and so I acted incorrectly. Idlework, you're a good guy, and you're really contributing. This was a little bit stale. You came in and spiced it up. I enormously appreciate that. Just wanted to make that public. Thank you.
I have no ill feelings, and yeah, I got everyone was interrupting each other. It's just my voice got raised, but I
Mm-hmm.
love.
I have ill feelings because you never showed your camera, so that's me
I gotta
personally.
get one.
Oh, he did show. Just so you guys understand who Idlework is. He did show his face on camera where it mattered in 2020. Everybody was in their lockdown, and all of us came closer and closer to libertarianism together, to a great extent because he was on camera explaining things and boosting our morale when we were locked in. So very good.
It probably just helps to realize I don't think like libertarianism is fundamentally wrong or anything. I just when I'm hearing about libertarianism and I'm hearing the arguments and stuff and I'm hearing the proverbs and things like that, my philosophy mind engaged. I try to see the whole picture. There's a realm of logic and there's this realm of material, and like how are they interplaying with each other and stuff. And I just see some issues. I'm like, libertarianism is dead. It's like I want to know how can I get to a point where I don't feel weird about libertarianism, where it all makes sense and it all follows without some of the weird motions that I see. That's all. I love libertarianism and I love you guys. So
I love you too.
Same thing. It's the weird.
I think you're
feeling.
wrong on this, but I love you nevertheless.
No, the weird feeling is I 100% agree with what you just said. This is exactly how I feel, and this is what pushes forward. So
Yeah.
if I make a statement and then Idlework is like, well, how does it come up against this fundamental thing that you also believe in? Like, how do you square this?
Circle.
And if I can't, right, then I feel weird. But so that means it doesn't mean that I didn't identify the right problem. It possibly means I have the wrong solution, or maybe he is wrong and I have to prove it somehow.
There's a difference between what makes. I would just say there's a difference between makes. I think this is the actual difference between the pragmatists, the fake libertarians, and the post-libertarians, etc., and the napists, the theorists, right? And what it is when we come to a state of cognitive dissonance between the theory and reality, the real libertarian digs in and says, why is that there? And how can I correct my understanding of reality or correct my understanding of the theory? What information am I missing where there is some government intervention or something in reality where I now have the full picture and I understand where that cognitive dissonance came from? Or like, what was it that was wrong with my theory where I was missing something on the edge cases? And the pragmatists, the post-libertarians, the little L libertarians, the minarchists, they get to that cognitive uncomfortable distance and go, well, actually, the non-aggression principle is just a whim. Actually, this is like, this is you just being crazy. Actually, I'm a post-lib.
I've been listening to the whole like Smith Zulu thing and haven't commented too much. But with regards to the pragmatist thing, I feel like a bridge could be built if we were just all
Nope, fuck you. You're getting out of here. I'm about to ban you.
Well, not between the theories, but maybe between their application in the sense of, it'd be easier if everybody could get on Zulu's side in the sense that when we take pragmatists, we're sort of unbiting the bullet and we're saying, hey, in this situation, I don't have the strength to do the right thing. Like I don't have the strength to...
Biting the bullet might be an interesting phrase here in a few days, boys. I'm not saying anything.
But do you get what
Not
I
saying
mean? Where it's
anymore.
like, to all the people out there who are like, but we live in the United States and there's all this shit. Like we're living in a system right now. We can't just like wait for libertarianism to come on, and we can't wait for the practices to happen before we start addressing all of the things that we want to address. So we got to work within the system. I think if we could just contextualize that as every time we engage with that thinking, we're basically just admitting a weakness. We're saying, look, man, in this situation, I stole the penny, and I just hope everybody forgives me down the line when we're all still alive. And I'm not saying that's the right thing to do. I'm not saying, I always say, like, in a Discord chat with my philosophy hat on, you have to say bite the bullet every time. But I understand when people have kids and stuff like that, when they're sitting with, the penny and the gun or the bomb or whatever it is, they say, like, look, I'm going to do the wrong thing here, and I hope you all forgive me. I feel like maybe that would be a conceptual bridge, if, probably not a philosophical one.
Yeah, I sort of agree with you. And in my practice, when I engage with, various Christian communities quite heavily, when I engage with right-wingers, I try to propose solutions within ANCAP to address their concerns. The issue is that, for example, for the next week or couple of weeks, and for the last month really, I try to not engage with LiquidZulu too directly on points of disagreement about what he says about borders. I'm a proponent of saying private borders instead of open. I'm a strong critic of saying that, but I've almost entirely muted that in my communications. Why? Because first we crush the prags, and then we settle small disputes on strategy and how to be better optically for others. First, the prags get strangled, right? And they fall in line, they bend the knee, and after they bend the knee, they get the concession on fundamentals that we all agree on philosophy. After they concede to the basic points, we can have all the discussions in the world. We can bring them back into the fold, give them a new coat, right? Give them a new flag,
If they
say,
can't even agree,
fuck,
in
there
the
are
Discord
there are
channel.
dolphins in the rivers.
Yeah.
If they can't even agree in the Discord channel, then it
There's-
feels wrong to engage with them in those practical matters, because they're not even on the same page that we're taking an ethical loss here. We're being weak anytime we do this. If they understood that it was a matter of weakness to engage in any of this stuff, then we wouldn't be so annoyed by them, because they think, oh, I'm just being practical, where we hear, well, you're violating ethics to get some outcome that you want.
Let's hear from LiquidZulu, Kasimir. All right.
They say if you don't use it, you'll lose it, and I haven't been using my voice enough this stream. On Kasimir's point of he wasn't exacerbating any disagreements he had with me over borders, I adopt the same policy in the respect that this is a coalition called libertarianism, right? And that's the same reason why, I'm not constantly running around in Prax Ben's mentions being like, hey, you're a Christian and I hate you for that, and I don't agree with Christianity, and exacerbating was, because that isn't a disagreement which needs to be exacerbated. Me and Prax Ben can do great work, and in fact, this will be a shock, right? Even the Kantians made an agreement to not go after me, even though I said a bunch of objectivist things in that video.
Oh, no, we got to mute him real quick.
Because we all agree that, hey, we all recognize that, hey, this is a coalition fundamentally, and it's really not worth going to blows with the people who are fundamentally compatible with that coalition. And who is that? Well, that's the set of people who really do hold the non-aggression principle, who really do agree with the non-aggression principle. That is the coalition of libertarianism, and we can all work together on that, because I think it is very, very important that we kind of move the needle towards the NEP. And then at that point, if we had Ancapistan, it really wouldn't bother your life that much that there were like Christians over the hill, right, or Kantians on the other valley, right? So long as they were, the
as long
kind
as
of
they
weird
aren't
Kantians.
Muslims, we'll
Yeah.
be fine.
So long as they're not aggressing against you, that's the exact point, right?
Yeah,
If they don't agree with the NEP, then they'll be saying we issue a fatwa against these people, But if whatever they want to do, whatever crazy bureaucratic structure they have in mind, so long as they're doing it within the bounds of natural law, it's not a danger to your life anymore, because you can just go away, right?
I want to take it a step further, actually, because I had this conversation with Lactoid. after a panel, right? Because he calls himself a libertarian, right? But he is a consequentialist, pragmatist, who believes violating the NAP is okay under a whole bunch of different circumstances. But he's a very limited government, like he's hawkish on China, and he's kind of like very much border, pro closed borders, right? And I told him, it's like, look, man, we can work on so many things together. My gripe is you call yourself a libertarian, right? Like there are so many people that I'm absolutely willing to work with, but you can't claim my ideology and then actively advocate against my ideology, right? Like you don't get to have the name libertarian and be for a minimal government, for closed borders, for attacking China sometimes, for certain levels of taxation. You don't get to be all of these anti-libertarian things. And it's like, if you call yourself a paleocon, if you call yourself even maybe paleolib, maybe maybe not, right? Because that's a strategy, etc. But it kind of fits with like what Malay was talking about, because he started calling himself a paleolib, which I think is probably accurately describes him, to be honest. But there's not too many people that I think actually fit the label paleolib, whereas Javier Malay might be one. But it's like, if you call yourself a minarchist, you call yourself, you always say I'm a small L libertarian. I might even let you get away with that, though I don't like it. But when you call yourself by my name, by the ideology that I subscribe to, and every single time I go to a new space, I have to explain what the ideology is, and I have an uphill battle against all of the bullshit that you spouted, then we have a fucking problem. But if you just give up that fucking name and say like, oh yeah, I'm liberty-minded conservative, yeah, then I'll work with you to cut certain government programs. I'll work with you to, reduce taxation. I'll work with you to do things that we both align on, but don't claim my ideology.
And there's actually, I can give him a pragmatic benefit to calling himself a paleocon, is that Dave Smith will start glazing him in every podcast. He'll be like, oh, beautiful paleocons.
This guy's so base.
Pat Buchanan.
Didn't libertarianism already sort of go through this with the left libertarianism on Wikipedia and spaces like that? I feel like we kind of won that one. Oh, you feel like it's still kind of, they're still.
Well, I mean, we won that against left libertarianism, and then with people like Dave Smith coming in and having this big tent with like liberty-minded conservatives and paleocons, is like we've rehashed the one we already won, and now we're losing it again. And tune in on Thursday at 8 p.m. on LiquidZulu stream, and hopefully we will win it back. We will win this fight again.
Speaking about actual pragmatism, so this is what pisses me off to no end, and this is like a valid criticism that they could, the quote-unquote prags like Dave Smith could actually level at me. They could say, well, listen, all you do is like blah, 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 blah online. You haven't built your own homestead yet. You haven't moved to New Hampshire. He is actually sitting in New Jersey, which is really funny. I've escaped New York into New Jersey. Now, I understand why there's probably some work-related stuff. I don't know.
Well, he's also on Legion of Skanks, which is New York based, and so his entire comedy thing is in New York. All of his comedy connections are in the New York comedy scene. Legion of Skanks is in New York, right? Like he'd have to like give up most of his financial security to move, significantly far away from New York.
And unlike me, he is the person that is the most capable of doing that. He's the person that can say, it's enough talk, let's do action. Let's create a covenant community. Let's make New Hampshire even more based. And what's funny is that there are segments, there are like political groups, for example, the right-wingers. They really want to be racist isolationists. And so what did they do? They,
gone to the Ozarks. Yeah.
They went into the Ozarks and they upload YouTube videos of them building stuff. Where is the libertarian equivalent? Oh, it's New Hampshire. And who's promoting that? Where is it on the #1 libertarian show? There's jokes, there's criticism of neocons nonstop, there's third worldism, but where is the vanguard action on the people that can take it? That's now the sickness, the illness in the philosophy, I believe is connected to that. Because they have wrong philosophy, They don't understand why you have to bring in there is a reason why they're wrong on philosophy. Is because mentally they're lazy, and they get rewarded for it. They're like on a wave of popularity where they don't even think. There is. I'm constantly bringing him as an example. Mikhail Svetov is not a really consistent libertarian because he's also not very well read. He says some nonsense. People gave me some quotes from him, but when he was organizing for libertarians in Russia, he brought Hoppe, and we have 2 videos by Hoppe online. People say Hoppe never goes anywhere. Well, there is, just living in your reality, all you do is talk. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. So
no, continue. It's background.
These people are capable of doing the action. What is the action that we're asking of them? Well, if you're not a philosopher, bring in on a philosopher. And we find out that it's not like less than 1%. Basically, these people do not mention our philosophers on their streams at all. The transcripts show 0 mentions. If I ask them who is Lukáš Dominiak, it's very likely that I'll get like a blank stare.
Yeah.
Right? And
now
Lukáš
like they know Hoppe,
pure...
but like Lukáš is like
ask what
work
Dave
on explaining
what aggression means. Like Kasimir did this in Andrew Wilson's debate with him. He said, "What does aggression mean?" And Dave was like, "Oh no, what does conflict mean?"
Conflict.
Like, conflict. And he's like, "Yes. What does that mean in libertarian terms?" And he's like, 2 ideas which disagree with each other." Like he just had no concept of what you were even asking him.
Yes, and
meanwhile,
and
Andrew Wilson was like, "Yeah, they usually talk about conflict and like argumentation ethics." It's like, cool. Yeah. So Andrew Wilson is a better communicator of libertarian philosophy than Dave Smith is. That's a problem.
Yes, and that's because he's a debater, and so he tells me, like, he messaged me after one debate, or when I sent him a link and said, "Well, how do you guys establish ownership now? Like, what's your?" And I gave it to him. I gave him the argument, and he wrote, "That's interesting. Oh, I'm going to study that." Obviously, he needs to attack it. Like, he's an enemy, but he's welcome to it. Like, we welcome this, right? We're going to give you all our source code. Go find the bug. That's what we're doing. You want to do this? And I'm pretty sure that he doesn't want to directly, like somebody like Andrew Wilson will be wise enough not to fight most of us directly, because the only way to fight us is to like paint us in a bad light in a debate, which is the 100% of the strategy is going to be men pissing from rooftops, no scoping children from 300 miles away. This is going to be the argument. This is what we're ready with their audience.
Yeah.
We understand this.
Men
but it's not going to be a refutation.
Next to a school, you know what I mean?
It's like
I've heard it before.
One debate after another. However, they know that on principle, they don't even want to attack us because they see that we're compatible. They can build their covenant community in our Hoppian quote-unquote paradise.
We never got to what we were going to talk about, but I think we're just going to vibe out. Yeah, I think we're just going to vibe it out for a little longer and close up stream, because LiquidZulu is, he's a Brit monger, right? So it's starting to be 10 o'clock at night. The stream's going on for a while, but we'll chit chat for a little while. But I don't want to draw this into a 12-hour stream. You know what I mean?
Okay, I can give you a 1 minute. What I thought before the stream I prepared for.
No, it's cool.
Air.
I mean, we can take like another half hour. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm just saying, I'm just letting you. I'm giving you the free rein to go. Hey, we're probably not going to get into those other things. Just vibe it out.
No, but it's fine. Actually, I want to. Maybe questioning about Dave and how he fails at his mission is not the best purpose for the stream anymore. Okay, air rights.
It's very fun.
It's very fun. So air rights. Yeah. I don't think you can. For the reasons for the agreements we had before, I think we sufficiently agree with Idlework on this. That if you have a volume of air, it's like impossible to homestead because there's nothing there.
Hold on, before we get into that, can we let's talk about the precursor a little bit, right? Because you were in a bit of a Twitter spat, and it resolved itself, right? So we don't need to like name names or be like this person's wrong, right? But they had like given you a hypothetical when it comes to like smoking or noise ordinances or things of that nature, and how the non-aggression principle like fails in this domain. If you could do you kind of remember that when we had that phone call?
I remember several versions. So One of them was your walk. So, okay, this is with having to do with movement of air and hearing. So there is a test we have to perform. I believe the easiest way to think about this is, when does something become a weapon? When there's the intent and the capability of damaging someone. Like if I have a loudspeaker or a sonic cannon and it ruptures somebody's eardrums, that's a weapon. But if it's just loud music, is it a weapon? Like what's the... And I believe this is where Kinsella is sort of right. This is the Kinsella territory of, it's like a gray area where we don't disagree on the ethics. We disagree on how a particular judge might judge the situation. Who was first? Is there such a thing as an easement? Now, my request is as follows. If somebody talks about easements, they have to be something that are objectively ascertainable. That's like a contract between two owners, and there is a clause where the ownership gets transferred in some particular case, and that contract means that you play loud music or you can walk across in a certain direction. It has to be objectively defined, and this is what we're pointing people towards. Go there, or like avoid conflict, objectively define what you mean. And there's a certain principle of first comer. So I think the classic example is if somebody is like builds a quiet home and you build right next to them and you start playing loud music, then you've like disturbed their use. I think it will take... I haven't thought about this example honestly in a really long time, so I'm not sure if my answer is the same. But I remember the answer being, the baby libertarian answer is that you're a latecomer in that sense. You're like disturbing the peace that wasn't disturbed before.
Same with like radio quiet zones, by the way, because I can homestead, and that's why I can send radio waves through your house, because you don't have like a radio quiet zone there. You're not specifically using it and excluding radio waves, right? Whereas there are radio quiet zones where they do try and exclude radio waves. Like they build a huge fence around this entire area, and it's like, hey, if you come into here, don't be setting off your fucking radio because we got a radio telescope over there.
Right, but again, the principle would be like the way this was privatized has to be objective. So somebody has to own all of that land, and they have to say, you can buy and build a home and like turn it into your own private farm in this area. But the condition of buying that, the way this whole territory was established in contract, is that when you purchase it, you agree to not make radio waves here. Yeah. And
so I have a hypothetical.
And this is a contract, meaning you can lose your property if you violate this. That's how it's enforced.
So I have a hypothetical because I wanted to like steel man the opposition to this concept as hard as I could. That I thought of to present to LiquidZulu to see, well, like, what are his thoughts on it. So here's the hypothetical. You are living in Ancapistan, whatever, right? You are living in one that is based upon rights enforcement agencies, etc. It's not like a council of elders, right? And you are living in neighborhood A. Neighborhood A has an HOA agreement that handles things like private security, rules of the neighborhood, etc. One of the rules of the neighborhood is a noise ordinance that says, if you buy property in this neighborhood, you agree that you will not go over a certain level of decibels, between these times. It's okay at like Friday night, Saturday night, but not, Sunday night, not a weeknight where people go to like their regular jobs. That's the noise ordinance rule. Now, company B, this neighborhood it's next to a wooded area. Company B purchases this wooded area directly next to your neighborhood. And then they cut down the forest and they start building a neighborhood. During the building of this neighborhood, neighborhood A with the HOA builds sound barriers to try and reduce the sound coming in from the construction of the new neighborhood. Neighborhood B, directly next to them, with some sound barriers, doesn't have any of these noise ordinances. And a person on the house right next to the sound barriers, right, that's meant to block some level of sound so they can maintain their peaceful environment, just starts throwing crazy, very loud, over the top parties that are just like they have these huge speakers outside, and they're like, and like there's like people are jumping off the rooftop into pools, and like it is like damn near close to rocket engine level of sound from this, to the point to where neighborhood A is no longer a quiet neighborhood, no matter what they do, despite the fact that they've erected a sound barrier to try and reduce the sound coming from that. Is that person that throws those insanely loud block parties in this, is that person aggressing upon anyone in neighborhood A? And how do we resolve the potential dispute of that has occurred here, where all of the people in neighborhood A that signed a contract, that wanted a quiet neighborhood, that moved here, that attempted to exclude the sound coming from the construction in the new neighborhood, but are now just incapable of excluding the sound because it just goes above and beyond the technological capacity of that neighborhood to exclude that sound.
Sure. So this ties into a very important point when it comes to exclusion, which is that any type of exclusion can be overcome. Right? It is literally possible for me to break down your front door and, you know, stick a knife in your chest. Even if you might try to exclude me from that, but the point of what exclusion is that you're erecting some economic cost for someone to penetrate through that exclusion. And here you can definitely see that. Like, they had to buy these crazy fucking speaker setups in order to overcome the sound barriers, which they can clearly see that there are these sound barriers there. And then they like point their big like sound wave weapon at the other neighborhood, right? They're clearly aware of what they're doing here. This is not anything normal. So I think that is a form of aggression, because they did literally try to exclude. Like, if you just had no way of knowing that there was even this ordinance, like if it was just a verbal decree, then it's like, okay, well, tough nuggets, right? Do better next time. But because you can clearly see that there is this exclusion of sound, right? Then they are overcoming some certain exclusion in this other area. It would be like if they had a visual barrier, right? But this visual barrier can only block a certain amount of light, and then you just shot a huge laser at it, which is able to like heat
like
up the metal.
those Hollywood filming things where like they make it daylight at night so they can film in the city without traffic, and you just like erected those, and so now it's just like I can't even like open my window. It's going through my blackout curtains.
Or even if they had like some sort of particle beam, like you had a big steel wall and the particle beam was so accurate that it could specifically heat up different parts of the metal so that they can make like an image on the other side by like just it's glowing hot. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. You're sending these images to me. You're clearly overcoming my visual barrier here. So I would say, yes, that is a form of aggression, because it is mutually exclusive actions, right? So there is a conflict here. And they were already doing the exclusion, which was just overcome. And that's how the mutually exclusive actions occurred. And, you know, I don't want to rehash the whole debate. But they weren't inviting this aggression.
Yeah, this is what Kasimir and I came to the conclusion of, I believe, and I don't want to straw man you. Please interrupt me if I'm wrong. But that there needs to be some... He's already interrupting me before I even say it. He's like, you are default wrong. I said, interrupt me if I'm wrong, not just immediately interrupt me. Right, which is that there needs to be some form of attempted prior exclusion that would be about sound or be about air or be about something that isn't like the material on the ground thing. And then I think that element of erecting sound barriers while there's a construction, and then you start blasting music that goes well above the sound barriers, could then become aggression in that instance. But absent those sound barriers, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have an internal agreement with your HOA in your neighborhood. If some new neighborhood comes in right next to yours and is loud as fuck, you know, like, what do you do?
What's the standard of barrier that would be needed for this to sort of flip the switch on the ethical status of the ownership? Like,
it has to clearly exclude and communicate.
Clearly, by what standard?
We have there is a simpler way. You don't even have to do that. You can erect a detector, possibly even a destructible one, just like there are blast detectors that.
Like when I say how thick of a wall, then you say, well, it has to be clearly. And I think you're just moving the thickness of the wall to the clarity of the signal.
So I want to be
Well,
clear.
you don't
about
agree
something
with the
here.
communication aspect, so it's like
I do agree
it's
with
kind of
it in the
it's
terms
kind of
of
not a
like,
conversation for you because
No, it is.
I do
because it's
agree
like
in
I
a
just want to
sense.
clarify one point here. So I agree with Kinsella's point that there's limits to what you can do from the armchair. I'm in this conversation. I'm just being a jurist. I'm just setting forth the legal principles. Now, that it's literally not possible, I believe, for me to say how specifically should you construct this wall such that it's clear that n decibels is too much. That's I can't do that. Same way that I could say, for instance, that there is a continuum between me firing a 10 gigawatt laser at your house and blowing it up versus me sending a single photon, right? There is a continuum there, but I can name the specific principal difference at either end of that continuum. That's all that's required of the jurist, and then you have to go into the courts, into the judges, to
Agree.
really take in all the facts of the specific case.
Agree. But the goal, presumably the metaphysical goal of the juror is to take in all of the facts available and reach a conclusion that as closely possible corresponds to the true ethical case. So it must be the case that the ethical standard out there has an opinion on this matter, and it may be difficult for the jurors or even the aggrieved to understand or reach or discover, however you want to put it, what that standard is. But surely once they get into the courtroom, the pretext is that those jurors are trying to align their conclusions with some actual line in the sand. And I take the position that like it may be really hard for us to actually write down what the rules are. We may only, and you know, there's a lot of arguments there about like, how do we access it? Will we ever access it? Is that even possible in principle? Can we just approximate it? Is there one? Or are we, you know, like all of that argument aside, it seems to me like the whole point of the juror is to not establish legal principle, but to try to approach it. Jurist, juror.
No. Juror would be someone who's sitting on the jury and deciding on a particular case. But I'm not doing that. I'm giving the general principles.
The jurist,
I'm a theorist of philosophy, like a philosopher of law, I should say.
So you think that there is a natural law boundary between those ends of the spectrum, and it may be hard for the jurist to determine what they are, and it's certainly too hard for you in this moment.
Rather, as a jurist, he can't do it. As a judge, he might be able to do it. But the difference between a jurist and a judge is the jurist is acting on the general principles, whereas because the judge has all of the facts of this particular conflict in front of him.
I'm with you.
He can literally read through and
discover
all of the facts.
But how will he do that?
Well, the lawyers presumably somehow he does it, right? So it might be lawyers. I can't. I haven't thought about it, and I can't.
Would it be a natural law
specific best way to formulate a courtroom? And that's the job of people who are lawyers and judges and people like that.
But would the line that they decide on be a discovery of natural law or a convention we're going to set in the jurisdiction?
It would be an application of natural law to this particular case.
Yeah, but what about the line that has to be drawn?
Well, I don't think there is a line drawn somewhere in the continuum. That's what I'm saying. That is completely indiscoverable, and it's just an incorrect question to ask. Is that what is the specific number of photons?
It's intersubjective.
Which you can't send out.
However, the ownership is a binary.
Hold on, yeah, but it's intersubjective, right? It's intersubjective as to what is an appropriate or normal amount of noise, right? It's intersubjective as to what is too much noise, and so you'd have to look at what are the values of the individuals that live in the community. What is presumed to be normative?
Can I talk?
Yeah,
I'm actually down. I'm actually down with the idea that there's this objective standard out there, and part of the parameters that go into the function are the intersubjective agreements and standards and norms between the agents involved. That would make it an objective standard whose parameters are subjective states of mind. I'm actually okay. I think that's a consistent and sound metaphysics, in my opinion. It does make it hard to then say, okay, well, you own something or you don't own something, but the conditions for ownership are a continuous spectrum for which there, in principle, cannot be a line drawn. That seems confusing to me.
I think that there is like an ethics problem, but there's also an engineering problem, and a sufficiently good engineering solution can create an analogy that makes the ethics like really clear. So, for example, you could. It could be that the answer is that they haven't homesteaded enough, that this area A has not created a sufficient buffer of a distance from other people, where in order to overcome that buffer, somebody would have to use destructive force on their property. So, for example, there is like I'll give you an example of what it might be. There is a blast detection device, which is a piece of paper attached to like glued to a metal surface with holes in it, and it detects blast power. You can have a similar device that gets destroyed whenever a certain amount of decibels pass through it. And so, in order to make it uncomfortable for people in region A to live their normal lives, on the very border of the property, you would have to blast their property with destructive force in order to reach them, to annoy them. And at that point, it become like really clear. Like if I stand at the edge of my property, my ear gets physically damaged. Like that's the level of force, that's clear. But if I just step away like 200 yards in, it just makes an annoying noise because of the way sound propagates, inverse of square. And so that could be a strategy of how to homestead so that you're not worried about sound distractions, because the level would have to be such that makes it very obvious. But I agree with you on principle that it's like we have unanswered ethical and engineering problems with the way we detect things. But I don't think the strategy is to just like certain bordertarians on X saying, "Oh, I give up on the NLP, I surrender." The answer is let's talk to engineers and let's talk to jurists. Maybe somebody will invent some way, the way I described it, or maybe somebody will find a way how to make it not a continuum. Like, what's the strategy to eliminate the continuum there?
Yeah,
because there are strategies like that.
I have two thoughts. The first thought, and I don't want to say I don't own this argument, and I'm not throwing it at you in particular. You reminded me of it when you say like, well, they have to erect a barrier sufficient to make it obvious, etc. Well, okay, and I agree with that. They do need to do that if they don't want people who are not trying to commit crimes to accidentally commit crimes, and then there's a conflict. If they want to avoid those futures, that's what they should do. However, with regards to the ownership status, it's essentially saying like, okay, well, you have to put up a sound barrier, you have to put up a photon barrier, you have to do all of these things to anticipate possible aggressions against your property ahead of time. I don't super like that. We don't have to rehash it. We already know how we feel. Yeah, we already know.
No, I understand. I don't like it either, but I think it's the way the strategy. We're talking strategy here. So pollution is a common example people use. So
I don't not like it if it's just a matter of strategy. I don't like it when it's the basis of the metaphysical status of ownership. You know what I mean? Like I agree with everything you're gonna say, but
it could be. But then, if I want to make parts of its status, I have to make it as objective as possible. Now, there is an objective limit of where eardrums are likely to get ruptured. Like
but it's just one matter, though. There's an unlimited number of matters.
Correct. And what I'm saying that what the person that plays the loudspeaker does is he exposes himself to the possibility that I will get annoyed enough at his intrusion that I will take a detector, post facto, post his annoyance, put it on the border, he will destroy the detector, and then I will take over his territory. I will have retribution I would say he used murderous force against our community. Therefore, he doesn't own his property anymore, and we go to war, and everybody supports us because he demonstrated that he's a deadly aggressor. And when he's playing that limit game of trying to find the limit, his wager is that you don't respond to it that way, right? You don't send somebody to get hit, but you don't even have to send a person. You can like send somebody with earplugs with a detector, and then the person says, "Well, this is what's actually happening." So you can have a reactive strategy where you make it like objectively detectable that they're trying to kill you, and then the game will stop really fast. And so you're eliminating those. And the other thing is, okay, sorry, go ahead. Maybe it's.
I was just meant to point out the small point that the original example wasn't about like death threats or grievous harm or anything.
So I'll
one more thing, just the last.
I'll let you speak. All right, no.
The last sentence was simply, these principles have to apply even to the most trivial of inconveniences.
Correct. And my principle, so the reason why I said 15 minutes ago, before you guys had like a freeway, that I disagreed with Scott, is because he said, "Oh, Kasimir will agree with what LiquidZulu said," and I didn't. My initial response was to say, "Sucks for them, sucks for Group A."
Yeah.
Why? Why does? Because they didn't capture enough territory. They didn't to make it economical to survive against annoying people. There is, I believe that there is a like. This is what my.
I'm just going off of what we said on like when I was calling.
No,
you, like,
there's
it's not that crazy assumption that you would agree with what you agreed with 3 weeks ago.
There's people in our community.
We're all in motion.
There's people in our community. There's little homesteaders, very cute. And when I tell them that I intend to live in a very restrictive covenant community, that's like my dream, is to not be like. And their response is they want to live in this little constellation of individual homesteads. And then somebody comes in with this hypothetical and just destroys their entire universe, right? They leave themselves vulnerable to somebody being really annoying against them right next to them. So it is possible that in the world, in order to not be annoyed, you have to be large enough. You have to have enough.
I just want to clarify. I do agree with that, and this kind of links in with the cycle of evasion point I made in the Dave Smith video, which is that if you're operating on some false premise that you can just have like an idyllic community without any restrictive covenants and without any sufficient means of exclusion, like maybe you like build really far out and you only live in the center or whatever it is, whatever is happens to be required. All I can say is the general principles. Then it does eventually you do run up against reality, and someone comes along and basically refutes you by their action. It's like, oh yeah, you don't want this covenant? Okay, well then I'm going to be really fucking annoying. I'm going to be maliciously compliant with your non-covenant.
One thing I threw out on this topic of like the theory colliding with the sandbox, one idea I threw out to Nick the other day was, if you look at like the NAP and surrounding propositions, they could apply to a lot of different universes. If you think about it, like they could, it's almost like it's not, overly stated in the sense that, if we were just in a different kind of universe, maybe not even a spatio-temporal, some other kind of universe, the NAP could potentially apply to that universe. It doesn't seem to like narrowly single out our universe. So I just threw it out like, what if all these problems are just a matter of the fact that it's not stated in terms of our universe, that there's a space-time and that agents are bounded in time and space, and information propagates at the speed of
How much
light.
weed do you smoke? Like, where is this?
I'm just thinking.
Going?
I'm more of like I'm less the legal, more of the like philosophy side of things. So I'm just wondering, like, maybe the NAP is just not fully specified. Maybe it needs geometric and spatio-temporal concepts built into the bottom, so that all of these cases, the thing that libertarian says should happen, can be derived from them, just like all the other kinds of things we do. I'm gonna deriving action out of the base priors.
Yeah, it could be. Remember, was it 5
No
years
idea what it would
ago? 4 years ago, when I was like haggling over either border or something else, or like land ownership with you and LiquidZulu, I made this analogy that theory operates on a chessboard and then has to be matched to reality. That's not a chessboard. We don't know. Like, there's continuums everywhere. Everything is sort of, it's false to believe that there is a beginning and an end to anything. This is just like a concept, like identity that we discover. We discover these identities, but these identities are kind of fuzzy if we really start looking at them. And there is a possibility they will never get precise. Like, there's never a precise edge to anything, sort of, in some sense.
You can never draw the actual. You can never draw the actual coastline.
It sounds cool, but like in my head, okay, these rules only matter if you're conscious actors. Okay, if you're a conscious actor, then scarcity is required, because even if we live in a quote unquote post scarcity world, there's still the scarcity of whatever entity is a conscious actor, my body, right? And so therefore the non-aggression principle applies if you have conscious rational actors, period. Because the existence of consciousness requires a scarce resource at a minimum of the conscious actor itself. And then therefore the non-aggression principle applies on that domain. We could live in a world where we could press a button and there will always, give us a stick. Therefore, Crusoe and Friday no longer have to argue over a stick. But I can never rape Crusoe, right? Like, at the end of the day, no matter what universe I'm in, I don't get to use Crusoe's body, who is a rational actor who has a scarce resource of which they have, the right to exclusion of that scarce resource from me. And so I feel like the non-aggression principle applies to any domain in which you have conscious rational actors.
Agree.
Can I just... I do want to, throw a bone to the objectivists here. That I do think there is... I'm not saying anybody here is doing this, but there is... it's dangerous territory, I'll say that, to be building a philosophy based on some other universe, some universe we're not in. Now, it's fine to abstract out, you can abstract out all the particulars until you get to the Garden of Eden situation, the Garden of Eden ethics.
Right.
And then that's how you can get to understanding of self-ownership. But it has to be always kept in the back of your mind that you are just doing abstraction over the actual universe we're trying to study, which is all there is. That is just what is given. We've got to be first and foremost inductive, and then we can be deductive from that induction.
To all three of you, I think, Kasimir, you were mostly taking my point that there's a map and territory problem where, the map, you can never actually draw the coastline because the coastlines are fractals, so you can never actually do it. I wasn't saying that what we have on the map is wrong, and I wasn't appealing to other universes. I was saying the description that we have could apply to other universes because it doesn't uniquely identify just our universe.
Yeah, the chessboard is the perfect universe for which it could apply, right? It's like it's cleanly delineated who occupies what. And, there's a single dot. Yeah.
So to Scott's point, I wasn't really appealing to other universes. I was saying maybe we could add things to the NAP that would more narrowly identify the kind of universe that we are in. Not only are things scarce, but they also have topologies and they have temporal extent and things like that. So that's all I was saying is maybe we could integrate more of the metaphysics of the universe that we're actually in into our base premises such that
we have better explanations for things like sound.
Like homestead. Yeah, sound, or standing room space, or donuts, and so on.
Maybe that's greater philosophers than me. I'm just a communicator. You know what I mean? Like, I have these, I bring LiquidZulu on to teach me why I'm wrong, and then I go and I communicate it better. You know what I mean? Like, that's for a greater mind than I.
I think I can connect this to the idea of airspace use of flowing water and of all of these attempts. So I think that most of the people that try to do this is where we started the stream. As I said, the word property is very dangerous. Kinsella is right about that, because it's not like a property of the object that is the ownership. It's like a relationship. I think LiquidZulu and Idlework 100% agree on at this point. It is a relationship between man and scarce resource. We all agree on this. And then so the thing that the space itself is owned, that is like I think it's a little bit of a dangerous idea. So the way it will be solved by the market, this is my theory, most likely, things like airspace, flying and landing airplanes through places. It's not going to be solved by the air getting subdivided into units of ownership with claims on them. I don't think that's the reality. But I do think that people will try to avoid crashing into each other. And so they will come up with concepts and conventions in the same anarchic, decentralized manner that they do it right now. There's going to be maybe more than one, planetary organization for organizing air flight. Maybe there's a room for competition there. But the thing that will make it necessary to interact is the cost of crashing, right? There's going to be a reason why, in order to build an airport, you would have to own enough land rights around it, and like purchase all the. So, what is an air right above a home? Let's say I have a home near an airport, and this is functional. What would be, in my opinion, like part of the function? It would be that in order for this to function, I would have to have an easement to not put a balloon up to block the airspace needed for the plane to land. There would have to be a contract by which, in order to live near an airport, I give up on that possibility of use, and it would have to be written as explicitly as possible by the lawyers involved in making this work, which is right now absent.
Sounds
the way it's
complicated.
handled,
We should just have a state handle these things. Bro.
exactly. We should have the state just by decree decide that 200 feet up nobody owns it.
Well, when you own airspace, what do you actually own?
So I don't believe you can.
Okay.
I believe that when let's say that I take a balloon and just put it 1,000 feet above my property on a line, right?
In that
what
sense,
I own is the line,
right,
and I own the balloon.
Yeah.
That's it.
So when you put a fence around some land, do you own the land, like the dirt? Is that what you're claiming you own?
So I claim the optimal example, and I think we should look at the optimal and then try to reduce it and see if it still holds. Is if I have a sphere, I own the sphere and everything that's inside.
So you own the
Don't include
logical.
some air.
You don't own just the dirt. You own the logical location.
I own
coordinate space.
I own the coordinate space.
Okay,
that's
so what
defined
about
by that sphere?
Okay, so what about all right, just the example of well, you did say you don't think we can own chunks of airspace, so this becomes problematic. So I guess this is for somebody who might think we can own airspace. You own some airspace above the Earth. Well, the Earth is flying through space, and solar system is flying. So the coordinate system is technically changing. So it almost seems like you own a coordinate space relative to some known origin or something like that.
It's I would
relative
say
to
you
the
don't
sphere.
own the water in the river, but if you own a plot of land on the river, then you own that plot of land. You don't own all of the water as
It's confusing,
flowing,
right?
Flowing through through the river, right? Like
Well, that seems to be
have
the opposite
exclusive
case.
control. Well, you have exclusive control of the water that is in that embordered area, right? But that water doesn't stay yours as
So
it
you own the
flows
water.
down. But that water, you lose ownership over that water as it moves
Wait,
out of
let
your.
me give you an example. This is very simple.
So if my property leaves my house,
wait,
like a strong
Idlework,
gust of
stop
wind or
one.
something.
Idlework, stop for a moment. Think about it this way.
Casimir's such a bully. he's such a dick sometimes.
I just don't want to be seen as disagreeable.
Sorry. Just imagine you have a gas canister, and you compress a whole bunch of air in it. Right? Do you own the air that's inside the gas canister for air?
I don't have a position. I'm curious.
Okay, so I believe you do. But here's the problem. let's say that some evil guy comes in to your air canister and he unscrews it like maliciously, aggressively, and all the air escapes, right? So you have less atoms of air inside. Now, what is their restitution, and what happens to a third party that just happens to fly through and like disperses all of it all over the place? Do they aggress against you by disturbing those air molecules? Well, my answer is that no. Is that when they were contained in the container, and let's say you take that container,
It's
and
just literally what I just said with the river.
On a space, well, fine. I'm making it very clear.
I disagree with you. Now I'm going to take a new analogy that has all of the exact same components of what you said and agree with what you said. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You own the water insofar as it's on your property. But the moment that water flows downstream, you don't get to claim ownership of all water that runs through your river.
I don't like this analogy. I like mine.
Also,
Because
yeah, what
yours-
happens like the
because
wind blows?
it adds complications. It adds complications. I'm trying to simplify it and then go complex.
That's fair.
My
That's
strategy is
fair.
different.
That's fair. I
Also-
just love that response. It's funny. It's not even like an insult.
My immediate reaction is that I can't derive this concept of flowing water from just what the NAP says, and I'm not like throwing a wrench. We probably do just on the water that's flowing through. I don't have a disagreement, but I'm just pointing out this is another situation where when I hear something like that, it makes my philosophy brain turn on, and if I go look at the propositions of the NAP, it doesn't seem like anywhere from there is a mechanism of when materials are flowing in and out of an abstract space, even though that space is moving through time, like space, and all these different things that are true. We can hand wave over them, but if we were sitting in a philosophy room, they would eventually need to be addressed, right?
Right, but
Yeah,
that's
they would
addressed
have
by
I've
other
addressed
things.
them.
Because law isn't physics, right? Law isn't any of these other fields. I agree they do have to be addressed, and that's why we have to have a fully integrated worldview, right? The law does depend on, epistemology, right? What are the proper standards of evidence, right? It depends upon your metaphysics. What are the types of things there are? It depends obviously on your ethics. Right? It also depends on physics, right? Because you do need to actually understand certain things about physics when it comes to talking about a hypothetical case which depends on those facts of physics, right? But law itself, it should be atomic. It shouldn't, itself
Shouldn't
contain
address each
everything.
case. It shouldn't
Yeah.
address each case. But I guess my point isn't that it should address flowing water in particular or a particular river.
Or air
I
out of a
guess
can.
I'm saying if we had more material as priors, if we had more prior material, then we could do more derivational like thinking to solve these individual cases rather than, or just appealing to our intuitions and sort of working backwards and trying to hope, there will be something there for us to build this house out of. And I'm not accusing of anybody.
I'm trying to do that,
principal
actually.
cause or anything. Yeah.
That's why I try to start. I try to find
example.
hypotheticals and examples that are as close to the chessboard as possible, very crystal clear, and then I try to move away from them and see how long I can track. Right. So for example, when ownership of air is very easy in a spaceship, where it's like a container, and if the air runs out, I die. So it becomes a rival or a scarce resource, right? And there's a specific amount of tonnage of it, and I use a certain mathematical amount of it per day, like measurable, right?
That's a really
And so,
good topic. Fungibility, right?
Right, it's fungibility. So when it's not fungible, it's very clear, and this is why I believe that what happens is you most clearly own the container. So you own, if you want to, now let's start analogizing this to the river. I now have a container through which oxygen or water keeps going in and out. Now I clearly own the container, but it maybe the answer is that I don't own the water, I don't deserve it, and so and people start coming up with these mystical easements immediately to just make it simple. Please make it simple, Kasimir. I deserve the water. I have a desert for the water. It has to flow through my territory. If somebody builds a dam, like I die and therefore, I have to steal the penny or whatever. I feel uncomfortable with that answer now. I want to improve on it. Go ahead. If
he said he had to go. We were gonna wrap up, and then we got into the we're all a bunch of talkers. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean that's my thing is like I would say that you don't. Do you own the air when it's in the container? I think you do. When you let go of it, you no longer own the air.
I agree. I think if you own an apparatus.
But the previous state of owning the air, if damaged or escaped by the intervention of another party on the container, would I think designate some level of aggression. And so because of that, you could have restitution to gain new air or, whatever, whatever other things entail catching the criminal and resolving the situation. I would say the same thing about the river, right? Which is, I would say, in a snapshot of time, you own the water that is in the river, right? But if the river is constantly flowing, then you stop owning the river. Those individual water molecules, the moment that they leave your embroidered property. Now it's a little bit different, and a little bit more complicated because the river's constantly flowing as opposed to trapped. But we can trap the river. Yeah. And thus make it so. We can build a dam and then trap water and say, no, I owned this property. I don't care that your property was downstream of the river and now you have less water. I've not damaged you by controlling the water on my property. But if I poison the river, right, and then allow that poison thing to go down to your drinking water, then I have damaged you. I have intentionally harmed you. And so I want to know, I don't know that I have the perfect answer, but I want to know, why is it that I can build a dam to stop the water, thus causing you to die of thirst maybe, or maybe not, by taking what you previously had by building a dam, and that's perfectly fine under our theory. But if I poison it, is that, like, I think our moral intuition is that you've intentionally poisoned something knowing it will go downstream, knowing that they will drink that water, etc. And so, like, where is the delineation there? Because those are two separate actions, but both of them are me using my property as I want to use my property.
I think the answer lies on the other side of the part you own of the river, right? Like, I think you beautifully described how you're essentially continuously abandoning your property if you leave it up to nature to let it flow out of your property. Just like if a wind came by and blew all of your stuff off of your land and you just didn't go and pick it up, well, it's abandoned now. And I share your confusion on that point, because as the water flows out of my property, whether it's poisoned or not, it's no longer, I don't own it, it's been abandoned, therefore it's not actually property anymore. And when it flows into the other person's river basin or whatever, they're simply not doing what they want to do, which is, I don't want the chance of there being poisons or other things coming into my water, even though logically I get my water from the stream. There's a thing I don't want, and I'm not going to do anything to prevent it. Therefore, when your water gets poisoned, it's your fault.
Yes, and however, I wanted to just outline in general, so we don't have a lot of time to discuss this, but this is how I would approach this.
Maybe an outline for a new conversation at a later date.
Yes.
How about
so
that?
The outline, this is the goal of somebody that wants to prove, maybe it's a very simple proof, to prove that the poison is an aggression, and then to prove the harder case, possibly harder, of blocking the water entirely with a dam or reducing the flow significantly is also aggression. To prove that it's aggression, you have to prove that it's like a weapon, that it is similar to, quote unquote, abandoning a bullet flying at someone else's body.
Right. You couldn't claim if I shot a gun, well, it left my gun, therefore it's no longer property.
How does it work? Yeah. It works with like known chains of causality that make it like contradictory. So it's so simple and so widely known that you would have a hard time in front of a judge making a stupid argument like, like I have this complex thing called a firearm, and I'm an adult and I can use it, but also I don't know that it kills people when I let bullets fly. People will say, no, the action is sufficient mens rea for us to seek retribution against you. Just the fact that you squeeze the trigger, we don't have to like even prove. We know how causality works in this narrow field enough to be confident that we're judging you. You're either there is either an accident here, in which case you still have to pay retribution. You're liable for retribution, or you have a mens rea you're not telling us about, and then we're going to try to find it. We're going to like look at normal evidence for mens rea. Did you have a fight with that person? Did you know him? Or maybe there's mens rea in terms of negligence. You were like willfully negligent with dangerous tools, and that's enough for seeking retribution against you.
Maybe I would say with the water example, right? And just
Is it
trying
like the gun?
to intuit, what I would say is, if you have property, right, and you use your property in a means, you have the right to use your property as you wish. But if property leaves, right, leaves your domain, right, leaves your border, the gun, you're pulling the trigger, the dam, the dam or the poison, you have a fence, right? Once it leaves your property, leaves your what you've embroidered, the question then becomes, it is perfectly legitimate to contain property that you own, right? It's legitimate to build a dam because that is containing water, and the water belongs to you and is owned by you. So depriving the village down stream of their water because you built a dam is not an act of aggression, because you used your property as you saw fit to contain it, because you own the water insofar as it is in the boundaries of your property. But if it leaves your property and you have poisoned the water, I would say that that's an act of aggression, because you're not depriving them of what they once had before, but you're adding an element to what they had before that is damaging to them, right?
But the property,
you've added a property unbeknownst to them, which is poison or pollution or the bullet of a gun. The property left your space as opposed to being contained within your space. And it was an intentional volitional act to have the property leave your space in such a way that it could harm another person. Just like negligently firing a firearm, it left your person, but it was a volitional act to have your property leave your property in such a way that it could harm another person.
I would use different analysis.
I'm just thinking by speaking right now, because we said we might talk about this in a further date.
100%. I don't like how the water's no longer mine when it leaves, and I have to trap it in order for it to become my property. Therefore, when it's leaving, I'm not taking it. It's not property. It's just part of the environment. And it doesn't become that other person's property until they take it in. They could do it by doing nothing because they've set up their environment such that water flows over their stuff, but it's not property. It's not owned by anybody or anything. It's nature until they receive it and they claim ownership over it and homestead it. So it feels weird to me that you could have these remote property crimes. Now, I am not ignorant of externalities and the whole problem as such. I'm just expressing, the little weirdness that I feel with these cases.
Here's the strategy for the lawyer on behalf of the village downstream. He has to prove essentially that you're controlling other people's bodies. You found a way to control their bodies, or you found a way to control what they own without owning it. So
they still have to take on the water, the poisoned water, the clean water. It's still a thing that they have to do. They have to transform the environment into their own property. That's a step that has to take place.
Sure, but the strategy from that prosecutor or lawyer would be to say that the
I'm not changing their property and I'm not changing their body, because it's nature before it gets to them. They have to turn that nature into their own property, which they've taken on poisoned poisons nature.
I wouldn't even care about that. I wouldn't argue. I think nature or not nature is almost irrelevant.
For me to
it's
be a
relevant.
criminal, I have to have fucked up their property somehow.
Correct. What has fucked up their property? It
Aggressing
means
against it.
that yes, but it means there is a chain of causality that's very
There also
obvious.
has to be a provenance, a chain of provenance with regards to ownership. I
No.
can't be responsible for everything that goes into nature and then someone subsequently homesteads.
That depends. So if
even if I'm causally related to it,
I think that when you come in front of a judge,
no, they'll totally disagree. I agree.
No,
practically speaking, I'll
not
lose every
practically
time.
speaking. What they will say is the evidence in front of them will be the upstream owner.
Even if I intended it for it to happen, I'm talking metaphysically. The state of cases
No,
goes through transitions.
I'm not able to actually express anything right now.
Sorry.
So I think that the argument will look like this. The prosecution will say that it's very obvious to everyone involved that depriving water is like fundamental warfare. Humans require water to live, and that when you divert, let's say the simple term, like a river away from the people, you've incurred a cost on them intentionally, and you're now like controlling their territory away from what's normal and natural. So you've introduced an unnatural and artificial element, which is basically your own volition. But what you're doing is you're not just diverting the river, you're very obviously also affecting them directly. You're telling them to not live there anymore.
Should they continue to take the water on?
No. I'm not even thinking about the poison right now. The poison is different. They don't have any water. They're like drying out compared to their previous level.
Yeah, their crops are going to die. They're going to starve from thirst unless they're
going to starve. They're going to have to basically either move or do capital investment if there's well water. But let's say there's no well water, there's no alternative. Then in a very clear example, you just deprive them of what was there naturally. And if the judge agrees that this is a form of this is like a weapon, if this fits the identity of a weapon, then that might be a weapon, even if it's far away. Like there's a weapon that you can shoot a projectile and it flies uncontrolled by you for like tens of kilometers. Maybe like a missile flies around the planet and lands on somebody's head. And you say, well, it's part of nature. It's just metal I've extracted. There is a limit.
But the problem is,
and you're going to be on the continuum side of.
But here's the problem.
This versus this was an accident that was completely unexpected.
Right, but here's the problem: is that if we follow that logic through, then we eventually arrive. I don't want to say at full-blown communism or anything, right? But we eventually arrive at the position where it is wrong to homestead the woods because the farmers used to allow their cattle to graze there. Now they no longer can allow their cattle to graze there because you decided to, going all the way back to the Kinsella example, right? Is that you get to the position where you are not allowed to homestead property because you have deprived others of the default state of nature and the ability to utilize the default state of nature. And so if I can't build a well that dries up the river downstream, then I can't homestead property ever because people are no longer capable of homesteading nature towards their ends. And so it cannot be that the case that like the entire concept of homesteading and private property rights begins to crumble if
it doesn't.
If I say it's a weapon to deprive you of natural resources.
In order for it to do so, this is it's not a chessboard, but it is a set of identities. And the identities, while fuzzy, they have local peaks. So the gun that shoots a projectile is a very clear local peak. It's very easily identifiable. All objects there are artificial. they're all man-made. And the trigger doesn't, just function on its own most of the time. Like, it's going to be a crazy argument that the gun discharged itself, although that might happen in some situation. But when it doesn't, when you have evidence that somebody did it, then to that extent, it's a clear local maxima of identity. Similarly, it could be that the alleged grazing rights are okay, I'll even concede there might be a local maxima of grazing rights that I'm omitting, and that would be the extent of the easement, and maybe maybe my argument would be, well, why didn't you make it obvious? So maybe the river is more obvious than the occasional use by cattle ranchers, and even more occasional use by nomads that go.
I think it's the exact opposite.
And hunt
because I can build a structure around a river, and then someone upstream can build a dam, and I've made it very clear that this is my land. But what I didn't make clear, that I can't make clear, is that this is my water, right? Because the person upstream wanted to build a factory, right? Like, that is what man does. He uses his will and volition to change nature towards the progress of his values. He built a factory, and part of that factory required a dam. And now is the existence of building factories that dam up water always an act of aggression on people? Right, like, is it always a bullet?
Could be.
I think it might be disanalogous under this sense that the river example, you're not shooting a bullet into someone else's property such that the bullet destroys the property. You are sending a bad burger to somebody, or you're just putting it down next to somebody, and they're picking it up and eating it.
Well, that'd be the poison.
You're picking it. Yeah, it may be, but my point is essentially is
there's a cheeseburger dispenser naturally in the woods, and I have decided to stem the
lead
tide
poisoning
of free cheeseburgers. Right, and the village downstream no longer gets free cheeseburgers.
My point is, by our theory, by the metaphysics of our theory, the state of things as per the rules, someone is walking around and picking up nature or abandoned property, taking it on. And if it doesn't go their expected way, we want to call that a crime. I think the bullet is different because the bullet is not abandoned property. During flight, it has its intended use. When you shoot a bullet, you're intending to shoot it.
And the poison might be the same thing. It has its intended use. It's intended to poison.
Or not, right? And you have to come down to, we can read the mens rea based on standards of convention nearby and all of this other stuff. I would rather it be like, dude, the piece of paper says who owns everything in the world, whether it's homesteaded, whether it's owned or not, and it has something to say on every object.
This is purely on natural law, right? Like, I think there are always going to be areas of disagreement where common law in regions has to develop and layer on top to deal with these.
Even refuse.
But like in the conversation, we're just dealing with what does natural law say or not say. That doesn't mean that, let's just say hypothetically, natural law says you can poison rivers and you can build dams. That is not an act of aggression. But it would behoove everyone living in the region that uses rivers to then come to a voluntary agreement that says we're not going to poison rivers or we're not going to build dams, etc. You know what I mean? Like there's two kind of domains there. But I want to go get some food. I want to hop out of here. Let's all think about the rivers and a can of air analogy. I love it when we get to the end, right? I love it when we get to the gray area, because that's when I know that we're doing something new. That's when I know that we're not just communicating ideas, or we're not just arguing against dumb commies, but instead we're further sharpening our blades. And that's fucking awesome.
Hopper. Let's spank Hopper on this. Prags Ben asked Hopper a brilliant question during, I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, during his the meeting in Turkey, the Freedom Society meeting. He asked him, "What should libertarians do? Should we keep working on theory?" And Hopper had the audacity to say, oh no, you should just popularize. We already thought about everything.
Yeah,
Terrible
that's insane.
thing. Terrible thing to say, because clearly not. And there's a lot of more work to do, because I think Idlework will agree. These are questions where what people do with these questions is they just say, we give up. Let's just make a big bad criminal that we all become a slave of. Let's become slaves and let the master decide. We are not satisfied with that answer at all, because the master decides that you will get poisoned and the factory will give me a bribe. Fundamentally, that's what will happen.
Well, all right, Kasimir. We'll stop being a woman on the telephone and fucking let's go. Idlework. People can find you by searching Idlework on YouTube, as well as if you're in the Discord, DM him or something, or add him if you're a hardcore libertarian, so you can join his gaming Discord. Is there anything else you want to pimp out, Idlework?
Yeah, come and join the APOP server if you're interested in just not objectivism or libertarianism, but just sort of Western culture thinking, trying to build each other up, co-edification. And I just wanted to say thanks for having me on, and sorry about, earlier, me and Kasimir, that's just our nature, and I don't have a lot of practice with this, so sorry about that. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, Kasimir, you got anything to pimp soon?
Yeah, I'll pimp APOP. So APOP is a place where you have to be very respectful, but you have to be like hardcore principled. This is not a safe space. This is just Naptists only. And if you're interested in joining that, then I need to in order for me, I have to vouch for you if I invite you. And so there's many people that are probably good enough for that. And if you're like a community member and I know you on X, I will most likely at some point invite you. If not, message me if you're interested in like it's hardcore theory space that accepts almost no bullshit whatsoever. Like
it's not a blood sport place. We're not
the opposite.
We love each other. We hope each other get better at things and things.
But we do use the grape analogies on each other all the time.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you guys
Scott.
so much. Peace.
Thanks.
Well, that was a fun little Sunday stream. I'll be back tomorrow. We're probably gonna do Prime Guys. Well, I am doing Prime Guys. We're gonna. What are we debating? Because iCal Rich died, unfortunately, from complications of a heart attack. So we're definitely gonna talk about it. R.I.P. iCal. Talking about limits of prayer and speech in Canada and government religious symbols or something. I don't know. I'll have to do research and whatnot. It should be fun. So far, it's me, Gibbs, Bam, Corey, Enemy Charlie will be there, and Sociologic. So it should be a fun little time. I love the Libertarian Nerd Night. And then Tuesday, we'll probably do... Oh, God, there was something I needed to react to, but I don't remember what the hell it was. But yeah, we'll do that. And then I got stuff to do Wednesday and Thursday. I'm not streaming for fucking, I'm not streaming while LiquidZulu is debating Dave Smith. Terrible idea. But I am doing content on that day. I'm just going to record it and put it out on the channel later. And then, I'll have the kids for the weekend and we'll get going. So, I appreciate you guys so much. Join the Discord, like, share, subscribe, consider donations. That's all fun. But I mean, I met the goal for the day anyways. And I love you guys. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas here soon. Whatever it is that you celebrate, unless it's a Muslim holiday, then go fuck yourself. And I'll see you guys tomorrow or on Twitter or on the Discord. Peace.